Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to ask Babalwa, do we have quorum to continue?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, we do have a quorum. You can continue.
Thank you, Babalwa. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the 5th of March Portfolio Committee meeting. I would just like to ask whether we can move to adopt the agenda. Honourable Schikkerling.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to all the members on the committee. Chair, I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Can I have a second to that, please?
I'll second that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnard. We then adopt the agenda as is. Babalwa, are there any apologies?
I didn't get the apologies for today's meeting, Chair.
100%. Thank you, Babalwa. We then go ahead without any apologies. I would like to then move to brief opening remarks before we start with today. Just in terms of the agenda, as we've adopted it, we first have the adoption of minutes from the previous meeting. And we've got a briefing with regards to SAPS and issues within the CI environment, political killings task team, amongst others, and then also with regards to the VIP protection unit. I've skipped one or two matters now, but you'll see they are all listed on the agenda. Just in terms of a very brief opening, apart from welcoming, which will obviously, I always repeat it, that you're all very welcome to the committee. The purpose of today is specifically to address certain concerns with regards to so-called instability in crime intelligence or in that environment. And also, then lastly, the disciplinary process of the VIP protection officers. You'd remember the incident next to the N1. It's almost 2 years now, just over 2 years when the incident happened. We will spend some time today to discuss certain allegations, misinformation, and then also certain things that the whistle was blown on that also needs to be discussed. Some things seem to be founded, others unfounded, and it's created quite a bit of confusion. And it's important that we address some of these matters within the scope of the committee. I must say that I must caution that, remember that there are certain things that belong to the Intelligence Committee and not the Police Committee, but there are many things that have fallen into the public sphere already. And I believe a lot of it is no longer a matter of secrecy because it has been exposed to the point of no return. In terms of general concerns regarding leaks, it's deeply concerning that we've seen that sensitive and sometimes selectively chosen information has been leaked. In other cases, some leaks, unfortunately and fortunately, reveal corruption, abuse of power, even operational failures, and then we need to welcome the fact that whistleblowing occurs. So I guess there's definitely two sides to it. It's important that we make sure that we don't compromise good work being done, and at the same time, it's important that we make sure that the necessary transparency does occur. In terms of crime intelligence specifically, but persistent leadership instability has weakened operational effectiveness over the years. We have looked at reports, whether it's state capture or the July 2021
Recording in progress.
The misuse of intelligence for political purposes, corruption in resource allocation, failure to provide timely intelligence during a national crisis, and so the list goes on. We've spoken about before, but we'll likely touch on it again today, is the issues regarding security clearances, compromised intelligence structures, and again, I say that the list does go on. In terms of the VIP protection scandal and the test of disciplinary integrity, yesterday I heard of a member that was dismissed in the Western Cape for buying alcohol during the COVID lockdown. And should there have been a sanction? Absolutely. Should it have been dismissal? We can debate that. But then I compare it to the matter like the N1 assault, where these members are still essentially on the payroll of SAPS. And it seems that they can just drag out the process for as long as they want. And we expect to see a much, much firmer, but also a faster stance against these types of transgressions. In terms of success, I must say that over the last 2-3 weeks, there have been incredible successes that must be mentioned. I'd like to start with the human trafficking bust by the Hawks just a short while ago, where 4 suspects were arrested. And there was another success in East London where a drug mule was apprehended with 6,000 ecstasy tablets worth over 700,000 rand. In Richards Bay, there was a whole cross-border operation where over 450,000 rands worth of dagga was seized. And then one that really stood out to me, especially with the massive issue regarding gang violence in and around Cape Town, was the large armed seizure that was an intelligence-led operation. I know, and I read some of the reports that it was an anti-gang unit-led operation, but that is not accurate. It was a tremendously well done intelligence-led operation, and it shows you what can be done. Over 20 firearms were seized, including AK-47s, and I believe this can play a significant role if we see more of this to push back against the organized crime world, not only in Cape Town, but obviously the rest of South Africa, because the whole country is really struggling with violent crime. In conclusion, today's session is a chance to bring clarity, accountability, and solutions. We have to make sure that we've got a strong crime intelligence capacity. We have to fix the disciplinary inefficiencies and support the good officers that do the right work. And we must cut through the noise. We need to make sure that we sort out issues in order for us to be constructive in the future. And also in terms of allegations that have substance, we must make sure that they are not only clarified, but properly investigated. So I would like to encourage everyone for a positive and a constructive session today. Even though we engage critically, I know DM Bushielo always says that, sometimes it is a robust discussion, the way she describes it. But it's important that even though critical, it must be constructive. I hope it will then lead to real change. Colleagues, I'm going to move to the first point on the agenda, which is the adoption of minutes from the 26th of February. Babalwa, would you mind adding it or showing it on the screen? Honorable Skosana, I see your hand is up.
Chair, good morning. I'm sorry, I've got this flu. I just wanted to find out you spoke about the intelligence. I didn't want to forget. That's why I've raised my hand. My thousand apologies. When you say some matters of intelligence, are you saying perhaps that we can't discuss them here? When you say intelligence, you're talking about crime intelligence, or are you talking about SSA matters? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. No, it's specifically crime intelligence related matters, but remember there are parts of that, like secret funds, for example, that would go to that specific committee. Nothing regarding military intelligence or SSA related matters will be discussed here. It's specifically relating to crime intelligence matters, especially those issues that have been made public already and that have been leaked or exposed. Back to the agenda. May we move to adopt the agenda? Everyone has received it via email as well.
I move.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnard. Can I have second to that? Honorable Skosana, has your hand up for the agenda or for the previous question? Honorable Schikkeling.
It was a legacy, sorry, it was a legacy head, Chair.
No worries, Honorable Skosana. Thanks,
Thank
Honourable
you.
Schikkeling. Noted.
Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Skosana, I hope you feel better soon. I should have said earlier. I hope you feel better. I see we have also a new member that joined us today, Honourable Shongwe. Just welcome to you as well. Sorry, I missed it earlier. Just wanted to specifically welcome you as well. Colleagues, I'm then going to start with the first presentation. I'd like to hand over to Police Minister Mkhize for maybe some brief remarks before we kick off, Minister, and then for the coordination of presentation and feedback by the South African Police Service. You're muted, Minister. You're still muted. Sorry, Minister.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I thought it was load shedding.
No, good morning to you, Chair. Good morning to the Deputy Ministers, and good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee. My greetings also to the National Commissioner and team on the SAPS side. Firstly, that there is a presentation that South African Police Service have prepared, which a National Commissioner will present, almost covering all the matters identified on the agenda, indicating progress where there is progress, indicating challenges where there are challenges, and other relevant matters. What we will do after the presentation by National Commissioner will be to give certain specific highlights where we deem necessary to highlight a number of things and what we are doing about those challenges highlighted, as it were, so that the report covers all aspects. I must, having said this, I must start also, or right from the beginning, that where you indicate that there is instability and there are challenges and so on, we do want to say there is a perception of instability, and it arises from a situation which, or situations that will be highlighted here, but that includes a number of cases that are ongoing and others for quite some time, which isn't a symbol of stability, but we will deal with that. But for now, we just want to say that there are challenges and they are being dealt with as we would highlight. We will therefore just select a number of aspects of the report as highlighted by yourself on the agenda, where we will elaborate and clarify after the report has been given. One of the challenges that we have, which we want to indicate, is the absence, Chair, of the joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. This is a huge setback in terms of accountability on ourselves on crime intelligence. On a few occasions now, I've spoken to the Speaker about this committee and its role that is being hindered. And she continues to say it's people at SSA who are saying they are still doing profiling or something on the people who are candidates for that committee. It's now 6 months. I don't believe that profiling of people, not 100 of them, I don't know how many there are in the committee, that it should take more than 6 months as it is taking now. I suppose that there are problems there. I'm aware that sometimes these profiles or profiling take even a year. Now, you would realize the harm that it is doing to the intelligence structures in the country, including crime intelligence, almost illegal, illegally so, because on one hand, there is a flood of issues that should be discussed or processed through that committee. Now, we have to respond. Like today, there are a number of questions. Now, we have to respond in a manner that highlights this problem on one hand, but on the other,
Honorable Tom. Thank you.
okay. Now, on the one hand, you give a perception to Parliament that you can't be accountable or you don't want to be accountable. In other words, that you are hiding certain things which you shouldn't hide, but it's a manner in which matters have to be processed. There are things that are difficult to just put in the National Assembly without proper processing, because it's the nature of those things that need to be processed. But this continued absence of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence is really untenable now. And maybe in the afternoon, we should visit the Speaker to put pressure so that SSA can deliver on this, and so that we normalize matters. Having said this, I would suggest that we allow the National Commissioner, General Masimula, to make the presentation as said, and then we will ask for the opportunity to deal with some specific matters that we should deal with, and indicate as well what is to be done and or what is being done clearly on those, because we can't sit with strings of problems for over a year and so on. So thank you very much, Chair, for that opportunity.
Thank you, Minister. 100% thank you. General Masemola, please go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the Minister of Police, the Deputy Ministers, the platform. Good morning, and from my side, Honorable Chairperson, just in the opening remarks, I'm going to allow Lieutenant General Kumalo, Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence to take us through the presentation of the so-called instability in the crime intelligence. But from the onset, Honorable Chair, let me say here, as South African Police Service, you have seen, we opened the transnational organized crime strategy at the beginning of this week. And in terms of success that I would have wanted to talk about them, you have already mentioned them. Thank you very much for that. And all these successes, Honorable Chair, is as a result of intelligence. Our intelligence is quite hard at work and is working. Almost all the success that we get, the arrest that we did in Limpopo on the people that killed one of our members there, it was intelligence. The CITs that we have seen in Lodium, KZN, in Gauteng, it is all intelligence-driven, including the one you mentioned, the Western Cape one. It was the work of intelligence of over a quite a long period. There is a gang involved there, but I won't mention the name of the gang, but because we are still investigating. And so, yeah, the division, Honorable Chair and members, it is working. It is unfortunate that there is few elements that create such an instability. And such instability only happen, Honorable Chair, when you deal with members in terms of discipline. There are always certain individuals, when we deal with them in terms of discipline, that such instability start arising. And to some, it will be chapter 1, this, but to some of us, this is second phase, is chapter 2. If maybe you don't know, Honorable Chair, in 2011, in 2011, towards the end of the year to 2012, early in the year, for 5 months, I did act as Divisional Commissioner of Intelligence. So I know what it takes, I know what we've been doing, and there is, of course, yes, quite much work that still needs to be done. And currently, we are in the process, Divisional Commission is the process of putting things right. And when you tackle, one can say, maladministration or ill activities, then there will be those that will go out, do misinformation to say there is the leadership of SAPS is corrupted, what and what, putting all sorts of things. Whereas in actual fact, they are defending their ill-gotten, or they're defending what they are doing, which is not actually right. So, but we are going on. We're not gonna pull back, Honorable Chair. Yes, we have seen they always take facts and twist them and put them in the out on the public space in a twisted manner. Of course, here we are dealing with both program 28 of SAPS, and also we are dealing with program 8, which is the Secret Services account. So we'll try our best to keep on the line, because here we'll only discuss matters of the open account. But as I say, it's unfortunate some of the members there, when control measures are put in place, they put a fight back. And unfortunately, you'll find that some of the senior leadership there are part of this. And when you deal with them, then the message will be run very, very high and head very, very high. But as I say, we're not gonna be deterred. We will continue with the work that we are doing. Let me allow the Divisional Commissioner to take us through the presentation. I'm not sure, General Kumar, who's flighting, whether it's you or it's Babalo, if they can flight the presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, General. Thank you for your remarks. General Khumalo, you're more than welcome to continue. General Khumalo. There we go. Good morning, General. There we go. Can you hear us?
A very good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee members. A very good morning also to the Honorable Minister of Police and the Deputy Ministers and the colleagues in the platform. I would request the Secretariat to flag the briefing note for us. Colonel Mlambo. Thank you. Honorable Chair, we are going to take the Portfolio Committee on Police on the prepared briefing note talking to the issues that were highlighted in the invitation. The first part of the presentation will talk to the challenges that are related to the instability of the division and also the background and the progress on the ongoing high-level disciplinary cases against the senior management in the division. The CFO of the SAPS will brief the committee on the funding and the expenditure of crime intelligence. And then the last point on this first part of the briefing note will talk to the recruitment, the vacancies, as well as the filling of vacancies in the division. Then going to the first part of the briefing note, as the National Commissioner has highlighted, in as much as there are challenges within the division crime intelligence, but there is stability within the division. There is proper management structure, especially at head office. However, there are certain individuals within the SAPS at large, including the division crime intelligence, as well as the public, who are responsible for the misinformation, fake news, and unproven allegations, which also goes as far as leakage of sensitive information. And these are always trending on social media, and they give impression that there is instability within the division. Unfortunately, such kind of actions, they compromise both the integrity and operations of the division. The division has been experiencing a lot of misrepresentation of truth of late through the social media platforms in respect of the decisions and control measures that had been put in place by management. The misrepresentation, according to our analysis, is a strategy of pushback by those that were and are still unlawfully benefiting from those issues that has been identified as mismanagement within the division. It is also looked at as a demonstration of being against those decisions that management takes and also the control measures that are put in place. Of course, then that will be portrayed as instability by the very same people that are affected and will want to keep the status quo. The SAPS crime intelligence was weakened over years, and allegations of unlawful activities has been widely reported. The attempts were put in place to revive the division several times, but then were met with resistance because of those that are unlawfully benefiting of course, they will not support those changes put in place. Touching on some of the reports, commission reports that the chairperson also touched on the opening remarks. The first one, as evident of the current challenges faced by the division, the report of the expert panel into July 2021 civil unrest, which pointed to the significant intelligence failure to anticipate, prevent, and disrupt the planned violence. With the recommendations like this, the stability at the top and lack of technological capability within the environment were highlighted as crucial points to be attended to. The other point was the absence of the national early warning capability, which needed then to be established to ensure the timeless sharing of intelligence and early warnings. Touching on the progress made so far from those recommendations, there is stability at the top as there are various appointments that have been made, including that of the divisional commissioner, the component heads of Secret Service account, as well as the component head of Intelligence Analysis Center. The division has improved its technological capability, firstly by acquiring the certificate of exemption, which allowed us then to be able to deploy all our listed equipment, which gives us more capacity in tracing and monitoring identified criminals as well as persons of interest. The other intervention that is still ongoing is the social media monitoring capability that is being acquired, especially the tool, as well as the appointment of the social media monitoring specialist. Both the processes are at the advanced stage. Also, based on the recommendations, the division established 24-hour intelligence centers at district, provincial, and national levels, which are utilized to ensure proper coordination and dissemination of information. And also, we issue daily early warning reports to the SAPS operational environments that are coordinated at district, provincial, and national operational centers. Also, we are now issuing or contributing to the NICOC with our weekly stability report, which informs then a weekly intelligence report for the intelligence community at large. And then touching on the second report of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into the State Capture, which also investigated the allegations of corruption and theft of public funds in the division. The evidence revealed a massive corruption, mismanagement, and theft of public funds. Amongst others, the 5 issues were included, which is the unauthorized and unlawful usage of state vehicles by members that are outside the division crime intelligence and by the senior management members within the division. Also, the point that was highlighted in the state capture report, it's the irregular employment of 250 members who are relatives of senior officers within the division. Also, the renting of properties owned by members or former members of SAPS to the state. The abuse of informal rewards and remuneration, as well as the consequence management that was not implemented, especially at senior level. Then moving on to the progress so far on the issues that were highlighted or are highlighted in the state capture report. Since January 2023, when I was appointed the divisional commissioner, the division was found to be still characterized by the misuse of both crime intelligence methodologies as well as resources, which was still affecting the performance level of the division. And then there were a few areas then that were prioritized by the management in order to improve the situation. The first decision the exercise was for the management to review and align the performance indicators and priorities of the division from district level to national level to align them to the priorities of the SAPS as well as the JCPS cluster. The second one was the taking away of the state vehicles from the senior management and redistributing them to operational level. We also reviewed the financial delegation of powers, which included the implementation of control measures on informal rewards and remuneration. We also embarked on the process of identifying the ghost employees who were unlawfully employed and are part of the recruited 250. And we also implemented, and we are still enforcing consequence management at senior management level. Of course, Honorable Chair, these decisions were not supported by some in the senior management, which made it difficult then to implement and achieve the desired results, which also resulted then in the misinformation through the media after each and every one of those decisions were implemented. On the next slide, we are going to look at some of those misinformation and fake news that were spread after each and every one of those decisions were taken. Looking at the first one that talked to the review and alignment of performance indicators, it needed us to identify and recruit capable senior officers through transfers and promotions in order to implement these new performance indicators. We had to embark on a recruitment process. Maybe to make an example, Major General Madondo and Brigadier Britnell, who were brought in to reinforce our most important component, which is the heart of the division, were transferred laterally into the division without any promotion involved. This then resulted in the divisional commissioner to be wrongfully accused of bringing his own people. Some of the social media postings talked to the misinformation and unfounded allegations that the divisional commissioner wrongfully appointed two senior managers within the division. That is the latest. The first one talked to the allegations of appointing a young woman at crime intelligence as a brigadier who was previously employed at BMW SA without meeting the minimum requirements. Maybe a quick brief on those allegations. The division had submitted the need for this vacant post of the section head of our technical support services to the division HRM during the year 2022. And indeed, this specific skills post was advertised internally within the SAPS during February 2023. And then after the panel had set and evaluated all the applications, the panel came to the decision to withdraw the post as there were no suitable candidates who met the minimum requirements of a technical expert and not an experienced crime intelligence collector. The post then was advertised externally during April with the minimum requirements of a relevant diploma or degree, managerial experience in the field of the post. The applications were received through the Division Human Resource Management of the SAPS, where they were screened and thereafter processed towards the division. After then the interview process, a recommendation was submitted to the Divisional Commissioner, Human Resource Management, for moderation, which then was done. And the moderating committee consisted of senior managers, excluding the Divisional Commissioner in the SAPS, led by Lieutenant General Mkhize. There was also General Kamane, General Jacobs, General Timpane, CFO, Deputy National Commissioner Mkhize, who recommended the said candidate. And it was then approved by the National Commissioner. The division received the approval from the moderating committee during September 2024. And then touching on maybe the qualifications and experience that were considered during the selection process. The successful candidate that was appointed has a national senior certificate, a national diploma in mechatronics engineering, the BTEC in industrial engineering, and currently she is finalizing or completing her MBA in business administration. She also has certificates in project management, also in the Mgweba Public Service Pre-Entry Program, as well as leadership training program. When we come to experience, the candidate had 7 years experience in the middle management and supervisory level, within the specialist role of fastening and planning, earning around 1.1 million per annum, which is between the salary scale of a colonel and a brigadier in the SAPS. Then the duties that were considered, that were performed by the senior manager before the appointment, she was managing a team of 15 technicians and artisans, overseeing the calibration and maintenance at the lab workshop, also conducting safety and process audits, preparing and managing maintenance budget, performing the resource planning for, as well as the analysis maintenance data, as well as market. She was previously also a marketing executive in the Tshwane University of Technology, as well as a mechatronics assistant at the same BMW for a year. So the above qualification and experience qualified this candidate in terms of the minimum requirements of the post as advertised. She also has a valid driver's license, which was issued for the first time in 2014 and continuously renewed. Upon her appointment, she applied for security clearance. Sorry about that, Chair. She applied for a security clearance as required, and the vetting process is underway. Lastly, it is not true that the successful candidate is related to one of the senior managers in the division, Major General Lusha. Then maybe touching also briefly now on the other appointment that was also then spread throughout the social media, with the allegations of appointing another new brigadier who was also not meeting the requirement. She was said to be possessing only a matric certificate. The division has submitted then the advertisement of this post externally during April 2024, with the minimum requirements of a 3-year diploma or degree and 3-year managerial experience. The applications by the candidate were submitted as it's a norm through the HRM division of the SAPS, where all the applications were screened and thereafter sent to the division for further processing. After the interview process, a recommendation was submitted also to the Divisional Commissioner for HRM for moderation. And then after moderation, the approval then was sent back to the division at the end of September. The successful candidate, which was said to be possessing only a matric certificate, is indeed having a matric certificate, a national senior certificate, plus the bachelor's degree in public management and administration, industrial psychology, the honors degree in development and management, and currently studying for master's degree. Then moving on, a brief also on the certificates, additional certificates or qualifications possessed by the successful candidate. Has a certificate in strategic management, operations management, also a Mgweba public service SMS pre-entry program, project management, advanced management development program, introduction to strategic planning and management, and also a program in disaster risk management, the community planning and development training. In terms of experience, the candidate prior to the appointment was already at a deputy director level, which is a colonel in the SAPS, within IPID, in charge of monitoring and evaluation, strategic planning, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. She previously also worked at the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in the Office of the Executive Manager, also in the Department of Higher Education and Training as an Assistant Director, and also at IPID as an Assistant Director of Monitoring and Evaluation, and also at Department of Social Development. The above qualifications and experience qualified this candidate in terms of the minimum requirements of the advertised post. She also has a valid driver's license, and prior to her appointment, she possessed a valid top secret clearance that was issued by State Security, which was valid from year 2024 until 2029. The successful candidate was appointed the section head of intelligence planning and monitoring within the division. And then a short brief then on other unproven allegations as well as misinformation that are talking to the decisions that were taken by the division. The second one is the taking away of state vehicles from senior management and redistributing those vehicles to operational level. There were media articles that were talking about crime intelligence vehicles that are collecting dust and not allocated to members soon after that decision was taken. And then also the third one was the review of the financial delegation of powers, including the implementation of control measures on the informal rewards and remuneration. After the divisional directive that is aligned to the reviewed DOP that talked to the reviewed powers for the approval of the informal rewards and remuneration, there are still continuous misinformation about the informers being paid 3,000 rands only, which is talking to the delegated powers at a lower level. Then the next one is the identification of ghost employees who were unlawfully employed. The process is still ongoing, but then there are continuous accusations that are talking to the management intentionally incapacitating the division by then unearthing those ghost employees and taking them through the necessary processes then within the SAPS. Then lastly, it was the decision that is talking to the implementation and enforcement of consequence management at senior level of the SAPS. As and when then these processes are initiated, there will always be claims of victimization, claims of protected disclosures, claims of being whistleblowers, and also booking of sick for an extended time by the respective senior employees, which then delays the whole disciplinary process. That will take us through then the brief on the progress on these disciplinary cases against senior management within the division. The first one then, general, is having 3 disciplinary cases that has been all referred to the SSBC for pre-dismissal, which has been then dragging up to date. The second one, General Dio, for the failure to report the loss of firearm and defeating the ends of justice. That matter then has since been finalized with the dismissal of the senior officer. The next one is the allegations that are talking to the misconduct during an operation which amounted to the defeating the ends of justice by Major General Khan. The matter has since been finalized and the senior officer acquitted on those allegations. Then moving on, the Brigadier Shungwane with a string of those misconducts, and then all of them has been withdrawn because the senior officer has been dismissed in terms of Section 34 of the Police Act. And then another senior officer, Brigadier Ngolunga, who had a misconduct of not attending the SSBC case, which resulted in the member involved then receiving 3 months' salary as compensation because of the failure of the senior officer to attend to the case. The officer was found guilty and given a sanction of cancelling. The matter then has been finalized. The 2 matters that are still pending, the one is involving Brigadier Duma in Gauteng province, which is awaiting, the matter has been, the trial has been finalized. The matter is now awaiting the final report from the chairperson. And the other one, a Brigadier Ntimane in the Northern Cape, the matter then is still in process. That will take us to the end then of the brief on the progress on these dismissed cases against senior management of the division. Honorable Chair, I will then request the CFO to take us through the next 4 slides on the funding and expenditure of crime intelligence in the open account. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, General.
General Limpani.
Good morning to the chairperson of the committee, the members of the committee, the Minister of Police, Deputy Ministers, National Commissioner. All protocol is observed. I will take the committee through a few slides that talks to the budget of crime intelligence on vote 28. Program 4 is crime intelligence, and there are budget arrangements that I will go through, including the allocation for this program. As I indicated, it is program 4. And what are the main cost drivers in terms of this particular account, and then additional support that has been given to this program over the years. If we go to the next slide, just an indication to say the operational budget for crime intelligence function is annually allocated to the division crime intelligence. And this has been happening since 2013-14 financial year up to now. It is program 4 on vote 28. The division apportions the operational budget between the provincial crime intelligence offices in an equitable manner, whereafter it is managed centrally. Even though the provincial cost centers are accountable for utilization of resources, final accountability remains with the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence in this regard, as this is the principle that is similar to the management of the SAPS budget. We have Interpol function as another subcomponent within this program, and then compensation of employees amount is managed on a national level in terms of new appointments, post promotions, pay progressions, increased benefits as per bargaining council agreements, and also considering the natural attrition, etc. The next slide will then indicate budget allocation to this particular program. We have tried to do an analysis of 3 years. You will note, Chairperson, that for compensation of employees in 2022-2023, the program received an allocation of over 3.9 billion. For 23-24, over 4 billion was allocated. And for this current financial year, 4.3 billion has been allocated for compensation of employees. These are your salaries, your allowances, including overtime in this regard. Operational budget, this is your goods and services and the procurement of vehicles, all the amount that we give to this program to procure such for members to be able to do their work. For 22-23, 345 million was allocated to this program. For 23-24, 349 was allocated. For 24-25, 313 million was allocated. And this is the result that we have suffered a bit of a decrease in terms of operational funding across the board. So all these decreases had to be applied to all the programs. Transfers and subsidies, this is a line item that speaks to exit benefits paid to employees. Crime Intelligence received 35 million for 22-23 financial year, over 36 million for 23-24, and 38 million for this current financial year. Of importance is to note that compensation payments are usually the largest portion when it comes to this program. This constitutes plus or minus 91%. Operational costs are primarily your fuel, expenses, fleet maintenance, as well as travel and subsistence as generated by personnel as and when they travel, gathering intelligence and doing their intelligence work across the country. We have substantial baseline reductions that were introduced by National Treasury from 24-25 financial year on operational funding. This is across the board. On average, we had 11.9% reduction per year over the MTF. It must also be noted that the figures that I'm presenting are excluding the secret service account, which is not part of Vote 28 policy. The next slide just indicates the main cost drivers. What drives the costs in terms of operational budget of this particular program? You will note that fuel, fleet maintenance, travel and subsistence, as well as vehicle procurements and a bit of stationery and consumables, as well as telephone and cell phone communications are the main cost drivers in this regard. When you look at and compare the figures per financial year, it's plus or minus the same, with the exception of fuel. For 24-25, the expenditure up to 28 February is about 85 million in this regard, but we anticipate that by the end of February, the figures will be in the same spending trend in this regard. We are indicating in the next slide, Chair, that over and above the operational funding or the baseline that we have allocated to this program, we have, over the last couple of years, given additional allocation in particular to this particular program to deal with the issues of vetting services. There was a backlog. We had allocated additional funding to this program to be able to reduce that particular backlog. We allocated funding for additional security upgrades at various facilities. We also allocated additional funding for interventions during the shutdown operations, as well as election deployments. Substantial information technology needs as well. We have recently then revisited and allocated a bit of extra support for the program to be able to then function in this regard. Thank you, Chair. Those are the few slides that talks to what lies within Program 4 on the open budget, which is Vote 28 policy. Thank you, Chair. I will pause here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And then moving on with the briefing, going to the recruitment and vacancies and the filling of such vacancies as part of the capacitation of the division. We'll give this brief in terms of the financial years, starting with the financial year 2022-2023, where we filled 13 posts at senior management level, including that one of the divisional commissioner, the component head secret service account, the section heads of internal audit, commercial, financial and cyber crime intelligence, the head of national security, the head of Interpol, the head of multi-dimensional and organized crime, as well as the head of counter narcotics. At provincial level during 2022-2023, we filled the post of provincial head crime intelligence in the Northern Cape, as well as the section heads of cluster coordination and overt operations in Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and Northwest. And then during the same financial year, the other projects for the levels, level 1 to 12, we filled 9 posts of polygraph officers within our vetting section, as well as 301 posts were filled through the internal post promotion. Then moving to the following financial year, 2023-2024, we managed to fill 19 posts at a senior management level with the at head office, the component head intelligence analysis and coordination, section head security intelligence analysis, as well as section head of personnel security, which is vetting at counter and security intelligence, the head of supply chain management at secret service account, as well as the head of surveillance at operational intelligence support. At provincial level, we managed to fill the posts of section heads of intelligence analysis and coordination in Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, Northern Cape, and Mpumalanga, and also the section heads of crime intelligence cluster coordination and overt operations in the Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and Northern Cape, the section heads of intelligence collection in the Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, Northwest, and Western Cape, and lastly, the section head cluster coordination in Mpumalanga. Then on other projects from level 1 to level 12, we managed to fill 50 posts of general workers, as well as 49 security officers, and also 159 posts were filled through the internal post promotion, as well as 600 posts were filled through the project 10,000 recruitment of the SAPS. And then during the financial year 24-25, the current one, we managed to fill the post of the section head technical support services, as well as section head intelligence planning and monitoring, those 2 posts that I had briefed the committee on at length at the beginning of this presentation. And the other projects for the current financial year were the 160 posts that were filled, more especially concentrating at Middle management from the level of lieutenant colonel to colonel through the internal post promotion. And then the next are the posts that were also advertised during the previous financial year, 2023-2024, 6 posts at senior management level, which is the component head of counter and security intelligence at head office level, as well as the section head of agent management program and undercover projects at head office. At provincial level, the provincial heads of Eastern Cape, Northwest, Western Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal, and those posts are currently on hold. And then on other projects from level 1 to 12, we had advertised laterally 20 posts, administration posts, and also we advertised 40 posts for re-enlistments, as well as these 12 posts of social media monitoring specialist that is also currently on hold, as well as 100 posts from the SAPS project 10,000 recruitment drive. And then the current vacant posts that are not advertised yet are 4. The first one being the component head at national level of intelligence collection, the section head of commercial, financial, and cyber crime intelligence, the section head of financial management and administration at the Secret Service account. At provincial level, is the section head of cluster coordination and overt operations in the Eastern Cape. The other projects that are lined up for the financial year are the external advertisement of the posts that could not be filled on the previous internal post-promotion advertisements for the financial year 23-24, which are 15, 24-25, which are 36, and the lateral advertisement then of the 200 members within SAPS. Then moving on the last part of this briefing, Chair will talk to the background on the investigation against Major General Khan, which has been briefly touched on the previous slides. Giving the background, this disciplinary process originates from the IPID investigation that was conducted against Major General Khan. At the conclusion of this investigation, IPID sent the report to the National Commissioner with recommendations of disciplinary steps to be taken against Major General Khan. That was done then in terms of Section 30 of the IPID Act. Then the National Commissioner then in terms of that section is obligated to initiate disciplinary processes when complaints are referred to his office. After that, then within the division, the internal investigation was also conducted, which came to the same findings and recommendations as those of the IPID. Then during December 2024, functionaries, which are employer representative, as well as the presiding officer, were appointed by the divisional commissioner, and then and the employee senior officer was informed then of such disciplinary process, which was going to take place or yet then at the beginning of 2025 and later postponed to February. And as I've reported, the matter has since been finalized. Then through your guidance, Chair, to check if can we proceed with the second part of this briefing note that talks to the political killings task team. Chair.
Yes, please, General, we can go ahead with that.
Thank you, Chair. Moving on then to the second and the last part of this briefing note to brief the Honorable Committee on the political killings task team. We will touch on the background as well as the funding and expenditure, which will be then also given by the CFO. And then we'll touch on the successes achieved so far and the current status. Then on the background, Chair, we will go back to 2018 in KZN, where there were escalations then of these politically related killings or incidents, which led then to the President of the Republic to establish the Inter-Ministerial Committee consisting of the Ministries of Police, State Security, Defense, Justice, and Correctional Services. This happened then during the President's visit to the family of the late ANC activist, Kunu, who was assassinated in Teliswa in KZN in May 2018. The Inter-Ministerial Committee chaired by the Minister of Police was tasked with ensuring that the perpetrators of politically related incidents in the province are brought to book. The IMC had to assess the then provincial task team that was in place and investigating these incidents. One of the preliminary observations by the IMC after this observation or assessment was that the then task team was working in silos, and it was also compromised, and that it did not have an investigation and prosecutorial plan or strategy As a result, then there was very little or no progress at all in the investigation of these cases. A decision was then taken by the IMC to establish the National Integrated Multidisciplinary Task Team, which consists of SAPS and National Prosecuting Authority, which are supported by the State Security and Correctional Services. This team commenced its work in July 2018 to implement the strategy that was approved by the IMC. Since the inception, looking at the cases, Chair, the team is currently allocated and it accounts for 333 dockets that are politically related, in line with the approved criteria of allocating such dockets. And they include 134 case dockets that were reported and opened since 2011 to June 2018. That was before the commencement of this task team. The breakdown of those 333 dockets are reflected with the bulk of them being murder cases at 171. On the 171 murder cases, there were 173 people that were killed. With the breakdown of 59 of them being councillors, 58 of them being political party members, 31 being political party office bearers, and 25 municipality officials. Then over and above these 333 case dockets that are not related to the mandate of the task team, but they are linked with the political killings dockets based on the same suspects and also based on other investigative results like ballistic reports. Hence, then the team will also draw that parallel docket to investigate it together with the main case of political related nature. Then in addition to these two groups of dockets, the team is also conducting intelligence-driven operations targeting unlicensed firearms, which has since led to 120 dockets being registered, 156 firearms recovered, of which 54 firearms out of 156 were positively linked with the political killings cases. Continuing with the background, the performance and the progress of the task team is continuously monitored by the IMC as well as the National Steering Committee, which is chaired by the national head of DPCI, Lieutenant General Libya. As a result of then the performance of the team has been assigned to other presidential intervention projects. The first one being the one in the Eastern Cape, which happened during January 2022. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Fort Hare reported to the President of the Republic regarding the killing of staff and officials within the university, of which then the investigation was moving very slow. And then the Minister of Police and the Minister of Higher Education and Justice who attended to the complaint by the Vice Chancellor and then directed the National Commissioner to put a plan in place. Then the National Commissioner then directed that the political killings task team should take over this investigation then as of January 2023. The second extension of the mandate of the task team took place after the concerns that were raised by the House of Traditional Leaders and South African Local Government Association to the Presidency regarding the unsuccessful investigation and prosecution of cases that are involving traditional leadership in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Once again, the National Commissioner issued a directive that the task team's mandate be extended to include the investigation of such cases in the province, effective from April last year. Then moving forward, with this brief, we will now concentrate on the progress made with regard to these three parts of the investigation. Touching on the strategy that is implemented, that was approved by IMC and it's implemented by the task team. The task team members are made up of different disciplines and expertise from SAPS that are comprising of investigating officers, intelligence operatives, specialized uniform combat members, and many other environments that are talking to the analysis part of investigation. There are also designated firearm officers, as well as different capabilities of analysis from LCRC, ballistic, digital forensic, call data, and operational analyst, all under one command. This analysis-led and prosecution-driven investigation strategy using the organized crime investigation approach as implemented by the task team has proven to be very effective in addressing the whole syndicate involved in organized hits instead of only arresting hit men. At the initial stage, the team will investigate the motive in order to identify possible suspects, especially masterminds and those that will have benefited by the elimination of the deceased. And then in some cases, there are fraud and corruption cases that are opened after the identification of fraud and corruption as a motive for the killing. Hence, the team then will register those cases and then investigate them parallel or simultaneously with the political killing case. The investigation of the team will then be directed against all identified role players in a hit rather than hitmen only. Hence, then an average of 5 accused persons are arrested and charged per case. The recent example of murder and corruption is the case where an NC councillor in KZN was killed for trying to expose corruption within a particular municipality. And then a brief look at the expenditure. I will request once again through you, Honorable Chair, the CFO, to take us through the expenditure of the task team since its inception to date.
Thank you, General.
Chair. Thank you. We have one slide where we have indicated the expenses that were incurred since the inception of this task team. What we do, Chairperson, when we have an approved task team or a project, we put together a project code so that that particular task team or project can be recorded against that project code. And this is precisely for us to be able to monitor the expenses against that particular project. So we have an approved project code that has been recorded against this political task team. Since 2018-19, there are expenses that are vested against goods and services as well as overtime that are incurred by this task team. On average, 49 million when you look at goods and services for 1920 and overtime payments 26 million, and so it goes up to 28 February 2025. Overtime spent was 13 million with goods and services at 41 million in total. Since inception, Chair, the task team has spent 415.9 million, which is expenses that are against goods and services as well as overtime payments of the members who are serving in this particular task team. This is a summary of a period of 7 up to this financial year. And these expenses are recorded, we are monitoring, and these were approved accordingly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Moving on then to the next part of this briefing on the political killings task team, looking at the status and successes so far. Then our first stop will be at a brief look at the TRA, the threat and risk assessment of the threat as it's continuously done. The first slide talks to the initial threat and risk assessment when the team was established in the province. The whole province was affected by these incidents when then the team had to sit down and plan accordingly in terms of taking these cases to court. And then on the next slide, we are looking at the threat assessment for an extended period, looking at these cases from 2011 to date. Of importance is to look at the number of cases that or incidents that are reported during the local government election year or period. If we can look these incidents in green, we have political related cases, which includes intimidations. In red, then it's political, it's killings only, murder. And then in 2016, the local government election year or period, we had an increase, and then which then went down a bit in the following years, and then also pick up a bit during the local government elections 2020, towards the end of 2021, which spilled over to the beginning of 2022, and then from 2023 moving forward, we see a decrease of these incidents, including murder cases. Now, a brief look at the status of all these cases in the three categories that I touched on during the background briefing. On 333 political related cases, so far 60 of those cases are still under investigation, with 7 that are unfounded. Mainly those are intimidations, and 4 are pending the decision of the DPP, and 60 of them are still at court, and then 11 were withdrawn and 191 has been finalized. The arrests on those 333 cases, a total of 391 persons has been charged, with 127 of them being in custody, and then 46 on bail, and then 15 have turned into state witnesses, with 18 deceased, and also 82 whose charges were withdrawn against at courts. 33 found not guilty, and 70 have been sentenced already. And then amongst, and in addition, this 391, it is very disappointing, Honorable Chair, to flag that there are also 34 SAPS members as part of this 391 that were arrested and charged on various related charges, including being involved in the killings themselves, as well as the defeating the cause of justice on these cases. This include former Detective Sergeant Lamini, whose case is all of a sudden making headlines. A short brief, Sergeant Lamini has been found guilty and is awaiting his sentence together with 4 other accused persons on the same case. The sentencing will be taking place on the 31st of March 2025. And then a brief look at the arrested suspects on political related cases, the 391. 39 of them has been arrested and charged as hit orderers. In other words, people that are responsible for the hit itself. Amongst 39, we have a number of councillors, we have number of tenderpreneurs, as well as top municipality officials. and then 68 of 391 are hitmen coordinators, and then 180 are hitmen, 26 are getaway vehicle drivers, and then 39 are spotters, and 39 are accessory after the facts or conspirators. As I've indicated, the task team is approaching this investigation in an organized crime format. Hence, then the effort will be made to arrest and charge all people that will be identified as responsible for a particular hit. Moving on to the next slide, a brief look at the second batch of dockets, which are parallel, as well as the third one, which are ad hoc cases, in other words, firearm-related dockets. As I've indicated, that in addition, the team is having these 90 parallel dockets. Out of 90, 16 are still under investigation, 20 are at courts, 20 are withdrawn, and 34 has been finalized already. And then on ad hoc cases, 120 of them, 1 is still under investigation, and 4 are awaiting decision by the DPP. 17 are at courts, and 26 were withdrawn, and 72 are finalized. Moving on to the last part of the progress so far, which talks to the sentences on the accused that has been found guilty already, starting with the first part of these cases, which are political related, where I reflected that we have 70 accused that were found guilty already. 46 of them were found guilty for murder, and then with that breakdown of the rest. And then the 70 accused were found guilty on 54 cases, of which the bulk of them are murder cases, which are 31. The sentences so far are under political related dockets. There are 17 accused that were convicted or sentenced to life, and then 6 of them sentenced to more than 1 life sentences. And then 33 sentenced between 10 to 65 years, and then 16 sentenced between 1 and 9 years, and others, then especially on assaults as well as intimidation, they were then sentenced, or then the matter will be settled then using the alternative dispute resolution. On the second batch, parallel cases, in short, 12 accused has been found guilty already on 19 cases with that breakdown. 3 of them sentenced to life, and then 7 sentenced between 10 and 73 years, and 2 sentenced between 1 and 5 years. On firearm-related cases, 28 accused on 27 cases, with 2 sentenced between 10 and 13 years, 10 accused sentenced between 1 and 9 years, and those that are sentenced between 3 and 12 months are 16. Then in total, there are 110 accused that were found guilty already on all these 3 groups of cases, which are 100 in total, with a total of 20 accused sentenced to life, and then 46 sentenced between 10 and 73, and 28 between 1 and 9 years, and then 16 then less than a year. In total, combined sentences are at 1,562 years imprisonment. Then moving on, Honorable Chair, touching on the second batch of the cases where traditional leadership were targeted, which is the recent extension of the mandate as of last year. The team has been allocated 51 dockets, with 46 of them still under investigation, 2 are pending the DPP's decision and court, and 3 are at court. The suspects arrested on those cases are 8, 7 in custody, and 1 turned into a state witness. Moving to the third category, that talks to cases. Can you move to the next slide? Cases then allocated to the team from the extension at the University of Fort Hare. The team was allocated a total of 18 dockets, with 2 of them being still under investigation, 1 closed as unfounded, and 14 of them are at court, and 1 is finalized already. The total number of arrested suspects in the Fort Hare wing of the task team, there are 37, with 6 in custody and 28 on bail, and 2 have turned into state witness, and 1 has been convicted and sentenced. The 37 accused that have been arrested, 10 of them are charged on murder and attempted murder cases, and 27 are charged on fraud and corruption, which was found to be a motive for these killings. This, Honorable Chair, total and complete organized crime investigation in the Eastern Cape has resulted in the NPA choosing this investigation to be part of submission by the country to the FATF to demonstrate the country's capability to investigate and prosecute money laundering as well as racketeering in order to move the country out of the grey list. And then lastly, Chair, one will have a look at the current picture as compared to the initial picture in 2018. Since the implementation of this strategy as approved by the IMC in 2018, most of the regions in the province has stabilized. However, we need to take note of the modus operandi in this province of an increased violent crimes before, during, and after local government elections. The only region that is still showing signs of instability on these cases is eThekwini district. Lastly, Honorable Chair, I will touch on the current status of the team. The Minister of Police had issued a directive to the National Commissioner regarding the disestablishment of the National Political Killings Task Team. There were various meetings that has been held, and a detailed progress report has been submitted to the Office of the Minister. The disestablishment or disbandment will take the form of a transition from National Political Killings Task Team to the component serious and violent crimes, specifically murder and robbery unit within the Division Detective and Forensic Services. This transaction will also ensure continuity of these cases, especially those that are under investigation and those that are still at various courts. That will bring me to the end of this second part of briefing, Honorable Chair. I will hand over then to Lieutenant General Kamane to touch on the last 2 slides as per the agenda items. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General.
Good morning, Chair. I think my video is. Can you see me, Chair?
Yes, General, we can see you. You're more than welcome to go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, good morning to you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, honorable Minister, honorable Deputy Ministers, National Commissioner, and colleagues on the platform. Good morning. Chair, this one, it will be very, very short. We have been asked to give information as to how do we deal with the SAPS on matters of fake news and narrative level, especially against our police members. When we receive a complaint from a member or members, the first thing that we do, we take a statement and then we investigate that particular incident. If there are merits at the end of the investigation that warrants further steps, we then advise a member to do a PCNT and also advise the public as to the outcome of that particular investigation. The second one, Chair, is when fake news are on the social media platforms, our colleagues from SAPS communication unit, how do they deal with such fake news? They will accordingly stamp those fake news and repost them to advise the members of the community that indeed there is no merits or there is no truthness on such news. In some instances, a member would be asked as to whether he or she was happy or he was happy about the outcome of an investigation that will have been conducted as a result of the case that would have been reported to the management. Last one, Chair. Can you move please into the slide? Last one, Chair. We will also ask if there is any legislation that we feel that it does impede, which was passed by Parliament in protection of our rights as South Africans first, as well as also as police members. Chair, our view is clear. Section 16(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa guarantees the right of everyone to free expression. However, Chair, our view is such right, when it is exercised, it must be exercised with respect, taking into account the rights of others as well as the human dignity of others. We've seen, Chair, that in the number of few weeks or few days, we've seen all over the media, either on print media, on social media, especially the attack on senior members of the service. Some allegations, Chair, that are still being investigated to go to as to whether they carry any merits. We are of the view that at times we get attacked is because of the badge that we wear. At times maybe we do get attacked for valid reasons, but we are saying whenever people, either through social media or through the print media, when they're exercising the right of the freedom of expression, they must also take into account our human dignity. Lastly, Chair, especially because not only this malicious statement that are made against SAPS damages us as members only, but also it has got a reputational damage to the South African Police Service brand. We thank you, Chair. This is the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much, General. Minister Mkhize, would you like to conclude on that presentation?
Maybe before the Minister, Honorable Chair, if I may.
Go for it, General. You're more than welcome.
All right. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Just to emphasize that, as you can see there on the slide 5. So these are some of the problems that I encountered at the crime intelligence, and the divisional commissioner have my support, and I directed that he continue with this exercise of where we have taken vehicles from senior managers, where we find any wrongdoing, that it must be rectified, so that we We are not going to stop, and the committee should be the committee should be lay their fears that there is no informals that are not being paid. All what we are saying is we are controlling that payment. We want value for money. We don't want that it be free for all. So control measures we have implemented, and we are going to keep those control measures, and we will continue dealing with those that are employed irregularly, Honorable Chair. So the committee should take note that as we deal with this, there is a backlash, and there will continue to be false or media publicity and so on. But this is one of the crux of the matters that is a problem. But I'm sure at the other forum, we can drill deeper into this and discuss it quite more. Let's go to slide 8, Dumi. Honorable Chairperson, with the employment of the senior managers at the crime intelligence, I know that General Khumalo did explain this earlier. I'm not sure, as the rumors go by, how powerful can one individual be that he can convince even a moderation committee that consists of these lieutenant generals that we have there. The committee should take note that the employment of senior managers or any other person, we have got criteria that we use, we have policies that we use, Honorable Chair, and it is not an anomaly to appoint somebody from another, be it a factory or whatever level or other department. If you have the skill that we require, that person will be employed based on the skill that we require. If we want, in this case, a technical expert, be it mechanical and both electronic, you are not going to employ an intelligence collector for such a post. So it's not an anomaly. It has been happening, Honorable Chair. I can mention many a lot. The current divisional commissioner of HRD training, Lieutenant General Dr. Zulu, she's not, she was never a trained constable. She came from the educational fields and become a divisional commissioner, of course, at lower ranks, either a deputy director or director, and come up. It's many. The current CFO that we have, she's never a constable. She came in to be a CFO, the divisional commissioner of supply chain management. She came in with the skills that we require. So it is many. Even in DPCI, there is young major generals that came there because they are, if we want an accountant, forensic accountants or whatever, we will go for that skill and will employ. So there is no anomaly in this appointment. This is what was required, and this is what we got. Current policies allows that. It's just a few that I mentioned, but there are many that even in your audit environment, you will find such members. So I just wanted to emphasize that part, that there is no, that person is not related to all these lieutenant generals, not related to anybody. It is based solely on what skill do we require and what people have outside. So I just wanted to allay fears and make it that very, very clear. And that, of course, during shortlisting, one will screen the people, check what is it that we have. We had previous bad experience, which we employ people that were quite controversial. So hence, even after we are shortlisting, before you go further, before you even do vetting, you do screen the people that you have. That is normal with us. It's not an anomaly. Honorable Chair, then getting back, I know there are some allegations that the Provincial Commissioner of KZN took the vehicle of the whole of KwaZulu-Natal and gave the political task team. I'm sure we all have seen the budget of the political task team, where it was coming from. That budget was given to the political task team on a yearly basis. It was residing at the operational response services before, and that's where it was. It is never, and it was never, a crime intelligence budget, and the political task team was never a project of crime intelligence division. However, there will be members that come from that division that worked with the political task team, and also the divisional commissioner, who also was, he has been working with the team before he became the divisional commissioner, and he continued, which there is nothing wrong with that. And the provincial commissioner, at some point when there were shortages of budget, yes, we did ask him to assist the political task team with vehicles. So he must have given them, give and take, must be 7 to 8 vehicles at some point during the tenure of the political task team. And there is nothing wrong with that, Honorable Chair. It is members of SAPS, they are doing work in his province. So if he assists them, there is nothing wrong. But there is nothing other than vehicles that he have assisted the team on. That is the only area where the team was assisted by the province. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Maybe let me hold it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Masemola. Minister Mchunu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a few highlights, as I indicated at the beginning. The first one is that, just to repeat what we said, we do need to urgently close the gap in our parliamentary processes with regard to intelligence services of the country, including crime intelligence, via the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. If we don't close that gap beyond this point, certainly there is going to be a lot of gaps, some of which will be illegal. There are, for instance, submissions that need to process from crime intelligence to the minister and to the committee, which are outstanding as a result of the absence of this committee. That's number one. Number two, on allegations, I think both the National Commissioner and Divisional Commissioner have touched on this matter of allegations. The issue that I want to put across is that there will always, or there have been allegations all the time, whether inside or outside an intelligence operation or committee or working environment, but also in SAPS generally, or even outside of SAPS, allegations will always be there. And I don't think we should stress a lot about them, as Simo explained, among others, that well, people talk wherever they find themselves and whatever they feel they have to say or make certain statements. But what is important is what do you do with them when an allegation comes? Just before I get to that, there are allegations that have been made against the minister on various occasions in various platforms, that you minister is aligning himself with so and so or so and so in SAPS, all of which is a blue lie. It has never happened that there is such, including allegations that ministry intend appointing who for what position and all of that. All you do is receive those and record them and so on. there are allegations that get made in the platform about the chair of the portfolio committee from time to time. What we need to do is, what do we do with those allegations? And then the national commissioner and all of that. So I'm trying to put emphasis on not allow the whole organization to be derailed by allegations and to overly stress on allegations, but it's what do you do with them, and that is important. One of the things that we need to consistently do, as I would recommend, is that we share at different levels all these allegations. I meet the national commissioner from time to time and we talk. Sometimes we include such allegations. We need to share information with the portfolio committee, sometimes with the chair on developments. And I think that is important so that nothing creates unnecessary suspicion amongst us when we are expected as a collective to deal with issues of crime in the country, which we must deal with. So whether they are on social media, on television, or on print media, let's develop a practice of being open about these allegations and even where they come from, and actually processing them properly. So it's to receive, analyze, and process, which includes sharing of that of such, before they demonize all of us and confuse all of us for whatever reason. That's number one. But I must state this, that one of the people who is quite frequent in making allegations on social media regarding police, I took the initiative of referring that to Inspector General, to say, Inspector General, I frequently receive allegations from this person concerning SAPS, concerning leadership of SAPS at management level, including the National Commissioner. And some of them appear quite serious when you read them and so on, but you lack verification or validity thereof. And you can't make your mind up when you are not sure of the validity. So the Inspector General, I wrote him a letter, and after some time, he did respond to say, on what you submitted, these are very, very, very doubtful. And it was quite a bulk of allegations that I'd received up to then, about 75%, if not 80%, that they've been proven to be untrue. And then the remainder could be or could not be subject to investigations and so on. So you know where, the kind of a person who makes allegations, after the person gets profiled and properly understood in terms of what angle is he or she anchoring themselves on allegations. There are such people in the country who just specialize on particular allegations, either against people or against institutions and so on and so on. So we need to have that kind of understanding that whenever you receive allegations from so-and-so, you more or less can expect beforehand what they are going to be about, whether helpful or not, and so on. But one of the things in processing, analyzing and processing is you won't receive an allegation and you don't read it or you don't listen to it. You will do all those, and that's part of what you need to do. And then after that, you then process properly, even against members of the portfolio committee themselves. Now, but I'm aware that at times these allegations may require legal action in terms of the people affected, and it depends on individuals that are affected, or in some cases it will be SAPS as a whole, National Commissioner taking a decision that this allegation against SAPS cannot be left like that after analysis, after all of these things that I'm talking about. Legal action needs to be taken. Otherwise, there shouldn't be an open gate to the effect that any person can make any allegation about anything, about anybody, and you'll always listen and you'll always analyze without taking action to deal with such. So it becomes necessary depending on. But I'm trying to say that as an approach, I would persuade all of us that receive, analyze, apply your mind, share information. Where legal action needs to be taken, I think we should be open to that, provided there's validity on that. But one thing that we can't do is to allow lies and false allegations to destroy and defocus us on the work that we need to do. That's from ourselves. Now, number 3, I just want to deal with the issue of our take as ministry when it comes to recruitment. You have adverts when you deal with the recruitment. What is your advert saying? You have processes like panels, selecting, interviewing, shortlisting and interviewing, and processing outcomes. Now, these are very important stages. We can destroy the organization by always making our criteria for recruitment very flexible, overly open, and overly interpreted in different ways depending on where you stand and so on. Now, we have an outstanding meetings with National Commissioner and team to deal with these matters very soon. To close, let me make an example. You don't say when you advertise a diploma or a degree, because these are two different things, or two different levels of qualification. It can be a degree or a diploma at any stage, and so one thing that we would be doing at the meeting would be to deal with quality of adverts so that you are precise in terms of what you want. You are not general. You can't have more than 2 O's when dealing with recruitment, because even in terms of fields, not just the person, but fields themselves. Are you dealing with, if you are dealing with an environment, an engineering environment, for instance, you can't generalize. If you are dealing with human resource, you've got to be precise. So those are some of the things that we'll be dealing with, because if you continue with generalizing adverts, you won't get what you want, and you will be open to criticism, and people will think or make an assumption, or even actually conclude that you are not sure of what you want. So we will deal, just to you, Chair, and the Portfolio Committee, when we meet with that is management and the ministry, we will deal with those matters going to the future, so that we are not vulnerable and open to criticism when maybe we didn't intend to land in that particular situation. The next one, which is the 4th, is disciplinary processes. Now we need to be tight. That's one of the things that we have to deal with when we meet, because we'll be focusing on intelligence. We sometimes just to discipline a person takes more than a year. Whether it is internal hearing, whether it is investigating, whether it is court or whatever, up until such instances tend to diminish the integrity of, even if it's done with good intentions. But if you are all over with disciplinary cases and there are too many and all of them are running, it creates an impression that you are just everywhere and you are not sure of what you are dealing with, and it damages the integrity and even stability of the organization, maybe unnecessarily, and so on. So we're not very clean and not very tight when dealing with these matters. We have engaged the National Commissioner on this and the DIVCOM, even asking questions. If you take this particular action, are you sure that the desired outcome is going to be the result, and so on? Because even if you would take the matter to court, you've got to exercise a lot of your mind and not just say, I'm taking do as if you are ticking a box, whether you get defeated or not, because you spend money of the public in doing such. So it shouldn't turn out to be fruitless or wasteful expenditure. You should be, we should apply our minds. I'm not saying that there hasn't been application of the mind, but there's a need to intensify that and bring more quality in terms of what steps are you taking against who, on what circumstances. And so far, there are instances where it shows that we are less than loose, we are less than tight in dealing with such. And it tends to tarnish, because the overall results is, what is the outcome of all these actions in the organization? Are you building trust? Are you building credibility? Or is the other way around, and so on? Now, the next one is that the outfall of some of the allegations that are spoken about, whether social media, whether elsewhere, has been that we had a discussion in the ministry, and thereafter we came with a view that says that there are certain things that need to be investigated among, in the whole myriad of things that have been happening or are happening. You do need to zero down on this one, on that one, on that one, and investigate. And therefore, currently, as we speak, there are certain matters that are under investigation with regard to crime intelligence that are being investigated by the Inspector General of Crime Intelligence. These are matters that, whether in your opinion the allegations are unfounded or is valid or is not valid, but as a matter of record, you need to bring closure if you want integrity of the organization to remain intact. And at the end, go out to the public and say, we came across this kind of this kind of allegation. This is what we did with it. But because if you don't do that, you leave the organization vulnerable and suspect, and even with credibility questions following it if you don't do anything. And therefore, there are certain allegations following certain activities that we couldn't just sit and look at. If I could make an example, they include things like purchases of buildings and so on. Now, whether you investigate or you don't investigate those, they cause damage. They cause damage to credibility. And therefore, you say, let's subject ourselves to investigation on this matter, so that there's closure in one way or the other on that particular matter. There would be, for instance, a case like Magato case in Umzumkulu, various allegations. You can just leave that and say, well, they are lying if you think they are lying, or it is true if you think it is true. You need to set certain processes in motion so that you can free yourself or yourselves after that, and so on. So I'm confirming that there are certain matters that are being investigated by the Inspector General, but others are being investigated by the Hawks, and that includes a person walking up to offices of crime intelligence, picking up more than R1 million, and then just walking, not even taking a car. You cannot investigate that. You can't just leave it like that, because what kind of an organization is that? Why would it operate such that it creates such vulnerability? So it's not just a matter of following who was that and then arresting or not, or whatever, investigate. It's a comprehensive kind of thing that says what kind of an organization would allow such things to happen, and how to manage that, and so on, so that you are credible in the eyes of the public in terms of responsibilities that you are in charge of. So I'm making examples of things that are under investigation, but other allegations are also under investigation by the investigating directorate. Those matters are under investigation. Now, we're hoping that at the end of such investigations, some of the things will become much more clearer, or much clearer, so that when we take action going forward, we know based on what allegation, what investigation, by who, what outcome, so that we are fixed in applying your mind going forward. But I must say that you have to be holistic. For instance, you've got to say, are we in terms of mandates of intelligence, crime intelligence, are we matching, are we tallying, are we sure? One of the things we need to say is that National Commissioner is correct. Crime intelligence is at work at various levels, and we see results and so on. But at the same time, there are matters that open up from time to time, and they need to be looked at and tightened. And we can confirm those investigations that I'm talking about. Let me then go to political killings. What General Khumalo has indicated is correct in terms of how the team was founded and so on. But one of the things that were not clear when it was made, which I think was a little bit unfortunate, was to say what is the time frame of the team, because it's a team, it's a task team. You establish a task team for a specific purpose, for a specific period. It can't be open-ended, and it will never be open-ended. Once you have fulfilled your role in relation to the task that for which it was established, you then have to take decisions going forward, and so on. That was left open, which was sought to close. The other matter is a concrete situation on the ground. General Khumalo makes an example of a councillor that has just been murdered in Mandini recently. It could be said it's political killing, but it could be said it's a pure crime. It's murder. It's just murder. And I tend to align myself with murder. I think at the time when the team was set up, there was a trend, a continuous trend, and that was in relation to a particular phase in the life, especially of KZN. KZN has tended to have phases. There were political killings, as we knew them, behind which there was a government of the day at that time seeking to cause conflict among people in that province and elsewhere in the country. It was throughout the whole republic, just murders and so on. Those were political, but they were pursuing the maintenance of the status quo of the then government at that time, which was in conflict with the majority of people in the country who were seeking liberation and freedom, and therefore it led to bloodshed of big time, and even among black people in general. So those were political killings, and then you get to another phase after '96. You get to a different situation. There's democracy now. There's democratic government, but killings are happening among people. So how do you classify that? You gave it a particular description, and when that phase got phased out, which was a different phase altogether, you entered a different phase. That different phase was now more intra than interpolitical. People jostling for positions and jostling for corruption with regard to tenders and so on. So you can't just make a sweeping statement and say it's all political. It needs to be analyzed properly and defined properly from time to time. But those aside, I'm saying the team was established for a particular purpose. There needed to be a time frame, and there wasn't any time frame. And we have discussed the matter with the president of the Republic, because while it was not a presidential task team, it was his initiative to do so, but it became a ministerial committee in practice. And therefore, we have had a discussion with the president of the Republic, and we are in agreement that we can look into the matter the way we've looked at it currently. Now, the other aspect, Chair, and the Portfolio Committee, is that detective services in the country are facing a challenge in a number of aspects. On the weaknesses side, we've got numbers that we are crying for, that we are short on detectives. We've got to look at that in the light of ongoing crimes and so on in different provinces, especially the 4 provinces. The second is support that we give. Detective services have more than 1.9 million dockets that are standing. So you can't continuously have that for more years and so on. But also in terms of equity, in terms of funding of them, whether it's salary or operations or uniform and so on. So you need to begin to profile detective services in the country as a whole across the board. You don't create efficiencies on a side and not overall throughout, because very soon you will have a situation where you have skewed a kind of performance within detective services, and we've come to that now where we say, what kind of detective services does the country require in the light of the imperatives of the 7th administration and decisions that have been taken in prioritizing the goals, the outcomes as envisaged by the 7th administration. And in the light of that, you've got to do adjustments and say, this is where we are in terms of focus, and we have to improve the quality of detective services across in a kind of a streamlined way, yet specializing on various fields. And We will therefore be following what General Kumal was saying, that the next move is to meet and decide on the process, which has to be quite short in terms of disbanding the political killings. It's not so much of a transition; it's more of disbanding, and then you then streamline things in line with the detective services of the country generally as you work, with more emphasis on curtailing matters, curtailing firearms, curtailing things like drugs and all of that, which are giving us trouble in the country, more than political killings as it was conceived in 2018 and so on. Now you leave that part. You then go to the last one. One of the oversights that got created when the political killings unit was established was to have one person heading political killings team, but at the same time doing intelligence, head of intelligence. Now, I regard that as an oversight, maybe unintentional, because running intelligence services, crime intelligence services in the country is quite an important task, 24/7. You can't at the same time be running a political task, political killings task team, because you then have to overlap and run dockets and do all sorts of things, which would inevitably lead to blurred responsibilities, maybe unintentionally, and all of that. So we are dealing with all these matters, clean them up, and we would want to get your support in moving with these processes, and then in due course come back to report on outcomes of our discussions, investigations as outlined, and further discussions within SAPS to make the organization function better overall, as it were. Get us clear, Chair, and the Portfolio Committee. There's nowhere where we talk about political killings task team not having done good work or good job, despite the weaknesses or despite certain issues that needs to be attended to. There's nowhere where we say so, but we're rather saying it has played its role, and we need to get to a different. We're in a different period and different conditions, and we have to align ourselves with such. That example of murder and robbery with a number of tasks under it is one. And we had a meeting last Thursday where we're looking at this poll as a whole and saying, how do we shift SAPS as a whole to operate on a cutting edge as a result of crime and crimes that are being committed, despite the decline, but not at the level that we want in terms of the levels of crime. We're still high, and we can't continue explaining ourselves that crime is declining, but at a very high level. With 263 murders, for instance, in the Cape Flats alone in 3 months. That's too high a number for us to be comfortable, and we've got to adjust. So once we have met National Commissioner at SAPS management after Thursday's meeting, we'll be clearer in our heads on how we are shifting to the cutting edge and repositioning even that branch so that we can effectively fight crime on the ground as happening. Thank you very much for your kindness, Chair, for this opportunity to explain some of the things. And I do want to say to the Portfolio Committee, some of the questions that we're facing in Parliament this afternoon We will use the context of this discussion and to respond to them so that we are aligned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Maybe the deputy ministers may want to make a comment here and there. I'm just saying in case they want to, for them to be given an opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I will give them an opportunity just after a few, maybe, when we continued some of the discussion. I see there are already hands up. I've noted Honourable Schikkeling, Honourable Kola Barnard, and then Reverend Merwe as well. I'm going to allow for 3 questions for each round of the discussion in order for us to make sure that we get to everyone and that we don't get stuck. Honourable Schikkeling, we can start with you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to the department for discussing this report with us. Just would like to say that even though it has been shared on this open platform, the members of this committee haven't received the report. So, I mean, I understand the confidentiality of.
Sorry, Honourable Schikkeling. I can respond to that. The police did ask. The fear was that it would be leaked because of the constant issue regarding leaks, that we wouldn't be able to have a constructive discussion, and that is why. But it is available to the members, and it will be shared. The simple reason was that for again to be leaked.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, again, I want to go back to say it's very important for us to keep in mind that we obviously don't want to compromise crime intelligence on an open platform like this. And we understand that there are really several cases ongoing of a confidential manner. But Chair, crime intelligence has compromised itself. And I just want to read a short extract from the civil unrest report from the July 2021 unrest. And it says, the problem in the Crime Intelligence Division of the SAPS must be addressed with urgency, meaning there must be stability at the top. There are good officers in the section of the police. And Chair, I want to go back to, that's the exact problem that we're sitting with. Crime intelligence has compromised themselves. On the 18th of November 2024, I submitted a question to the Minister of Police, and it was very clear, and I've asked about police clearance and how many high-ranking officials do not have proper police clearance, Chair. And the reply was that a total of 15 high-ranking police officers have had their applications for security clearance declined, and a further 24 have clearances that have expired. And this is a massive concern to me, Chair, because just earlier on, General Khumalo indicated, and he read it himself, that upon the appointment of the lady that became the brigadier from BMW, she applied for security clearance, which she is waiting for. Surely this must be done prior. So, Chair, I would like to know that when a high-ranking police officer's police clearance expires or whether it's declined, does this trigger an immediate investigation into the member, or what happens there? Surely crime intelligence should be aware of things like this. Chair, what steps is the SAPS taking to address the leadership instability within the Crime Intelligence Division? Because surely this must be impacting on the effectiveness of crime prevention and investigation. We all on this platform know that there are issues that take place. We are informed as members, as community members, as members of this committee. There is no early warning reports that seem to be taking place lately, because we know about things like gang violence on the flats, but it's not taken into consideration. We knew about the July 2021 unrest. It wasn't taken into consideration. A matter happened yesterday in the Disabilities municipality in the northwest yesterday, where some of the workers stormed the municipality. I knew that was going to happen, Chair. There's a problem with the mayor. Surely our crime intelligence in the northwest had known about this. They obviously they're not taking this into account. So what is happening with early warnings to crime intelligence? Are they really heeding to this, or is it just something that people inform the police of and they don't know? Something that shocked me tremendously on this report is the budget. Budget is something that we discuss regularly and frequently, and the funding, but the budget allocated to the political killings task team over those several years, over those years, was a shocking amount to me, Chair. That's for the 136 murders. Chair, that's 2 days of murders in South Africa, and this is over a period of several years. Does the Minister of Police and the Commissioner feel that this money was well spent? And I agree that there was good work done, but I would like to know if they think in the bigger scheme of things, it was actually spent well. And I hear what the Minister says about the task team being disbanded. I'd like to know when it disbanded in totality and what is the date of that. And then, Chair, the current leadership structure in crime intelligence, really, there seems to be a problem with accountability in themselves and then other members. Can I please find out what is the leadership structure and how do they ensure accountability and that there's clear direction for their members? Because it is really concerning, Chair. I asked a follow-up question about the security clearance certificates, and that was question 1746. And I've asked a follow-up question which hasn't been answered yet, and that was sent at the end of January already, Chair, to be exact, on the 29th of January, which I'm still waiting for an answer from the Minister of Police. And I think while we're sitting with members in crime intelligence and high-ranking officers in the police that do not have proper clearance certificates, Chairperson, I don't think that we're actually winning the fight against crime intelligence and against crime in South Africa as what we should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Honourable Kola Barnard, just before you begin, I've noted Honourable Bloze and Honourable Skosana after Reverend Merwe. Honourable Kola Barnard, you're welcome to continue.
Chairperson. Yes, thank you,
Honourable
Chair.
Adams.
I'm hearing the word instability.
Sorry, Honourable Kola Barnard. Chair, I can't seem to raise my... Sorry, man. Sorry, Honourable Kola Barnard. Sorry. I just can't seem to put my hand up.
No problem. I've noted you then. Honourable Adams, I've put you on the list. Honourable Kola Barnard, go for it.
Shall I continue?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I hear the word instability used frequently today in terms of crime intelligence, but frankly, since 2009, when I was dealing with Zweli and that matter, there have been 8 heads. It's not unstable, it's positively unhinged. Went on to take on a head who'd lied about having a matric. It's a sad list indeed. And I'm hoping, and I don't get the sense of that this matter will be dealt with head on. It just, at the moment, the dithering seems to look deliberate. So really, I think we need a plan. And yes, the Minister touched on it. It does seem to me the fact that the JSCI does not exist yet has given a freedom normally curtailed. And I speak as someone who served on the JSCI last term and will serve on it again when and if it is ever constituted. Now, I'm not sure who will deal with this, the Minister or the National Police Commissioner, but where are you in terms of the Amabungane judgment? Which deadline has just, I believe, passed. And that hits crime intelligence as much as it does the State Security Agency. Let me move down to other questions. General Khumalo, thank you for answering my question about the various appointments and the suitability of the candidates. And I certainly don't deal with claims from social media. A great deal of the information coming is from the SAPS members themselves, and that speaks to a very low morale on the part of the staff. So that's something that has to be dealt with internally. And you know, I've been involved with the SAPS since way back when, and that has always been the case. The more agitated the members get, the bigger the number of leaks, and that goes for virtually every entity in the State Security Agency. And General Khumalo, you brushed aside social media reports as fake news, but then said that after the report on the vehicles gathering dust, they were distributed. So what about this was actually fake, the social media report or the distribution as a result of the report? And I suppose for my third one, my information is in terms of the task team, that in many areas of KZN, the SAPS have seen funds, they believe, steered away from, for example, providing food for detainees, petrol for patrol vehicles to the task team. It's even claimed that the King's bodyguards can no longer travel because the funds for their petrol are gone. And is it true that the vehicles that were meant for the King were given by the Provincial Commissioner to the task team? Having purchased 5 BMWs, only 2 were given to the King and 3 sent to the task team. Please confirm, deny, explain. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kola Barnard. Honourable Reverend Merwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. My first question has to do with the Secret Service account. I want to know how many individuals are responsible for that account, and how often do they account? Do they, account for what's happening with the account? And maybe the other thing, who account to? Who do these individuals account to, and how often do they account to that individual? What's happening with the finances? And my second question has to do with withdrawing of cases that are ready for court. Now, what happens when the police or the detectives are convinced that it is a winnable case, it is a serious case, and the complainant decides the 11th hour to withdraw that case? Are you allowed as police to try and negotiate with this person, complainant, to try to convince the complainant to allow the case to go to court? What do you do in such a case? And the third question, which cases are referred to the alternative dispute resolution? And who decides which cases have to be referred to the alternative dispute resolution, and who makes the final decision about that, whether the case should be taken to the alternative dispute resolution? And thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Reverend Merwe. Honourable Glozy, and then I'm going to allow for answers before we then go to Honourable Skosana and Honourable Adams. Honourable Glozy, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot, Chair. Look, Chair, maybe I must firstly also start and register my disappointment in us not getting this report. And I hear your explanation, Chair, but I'm not convinced, because we are members of parliament and we preside over the South African Police Services. So for them to not give us a report that they're going to present to us, for me, it's really uncalled for, because we have to scrutinize this information, Chair. Whatever that is presented to us here, we ought to scrutinize it, to then also do our own investigation, to check the truthness of whatever has been presented to us here. Now we must freestyle and then unable to verify these reports and everything else. Like for one, Chair, the secrecy around crime intelligence. It cannot be correct that SAPS is crying foul that the general public is accusing them of not doing their work, and some of the accusations they cannot even entertain because they are unfounded or they are baseless. So SAPS must not just seem to be working internally, but even generally the public must be able to feel that crime intelligence in this country exists. Now, the minister tells us that the political killings tax team has been dissolved because it has done its work. But in the public eye, do we see the effectiveness of that interim committee that was established? Can we really say that in the country that political killings have ended? More worse, Chair, is that there are high-profile cases in the country that even today have not been resolved, including that issue of Sandiso Makaka. There are high-profile murders in the country that are not being resolved, and those do not sit well within the public domain, and it's not a good credibility for SAPS. We still don't know 10, 11 years later what's happening with cases of Senzo Meyiwa, aka was murdered in Durban, but we are not able to find finality around those cases. And if if SAPS is unable to resolve such high-profile cases, then what about ordinary citizens in the country? How then are they supposed to feel safe? I also want to comment on this, Chair, just as an aside issue, because you opened about it in terms of top secret, intelligence reports and all of that, and how we are not supposed to discuss them in this committee. I want to comment from you and the minister in terms of the IPID investigation into Palapala, in terms of what is top secret around that. Why is that now classified as a top secret report and it cannot be released to the public? Because those are the certain things that do not work in favor for SAPS in terms of public perceptions. Because it now seems as if SAPS is hiding information on certain cases. So I really want to understand, why is the Palapala investigation that was done by IPID now a top secret investigation that can't be released to the public? I'd really like to hear that. And then also, Chair, the shortages on detectives is really a problem. And I don't know whether the minister cited issues of budgets or what. So I'd really like to understand more about that. Because the minister is citing that there's a shortage of detectives, and that hinders the works of SAPS in general. So why are we not going out there and getting more detectives and filling all these posts across the country? Is there an issue of budget? What really is the issues around that? So that even if at a committee level there are some interventions that we are able to do, we can deal with that. And then to end it, Chair, I think the minister did speak about allegations against you as the chairperson. So we'd like to know, what is it that you've been accused of, so that we can deal with your issues as well, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Blose. I'll also start with the latter. Now, there was a Facebook report in the beginning of January that I had illegal blue light protection, and that I had a meeting at a property that was allegedly bought by persons in crime intelligence, along with the National Commissioner, and I believe some of the messages even said the minister. And I had a good laugh, because apart from not having that so-called protection, I was cycling on that day on a mountain in the Western Cape. Not a very good cyclist. I'm built for comfort, not speed. But yeah, that was it. Honorable Taibosh, I've noted your hand. Just in terms of the detectives, Honorable Blose, I'm going to take the opportunity to answer that. We did have the capacitation of detective session recently. I will send you the relevant feedback on that as well. And then we'll come back for the other comments. I've noted Honorable Mgweba also. Minister, may I come over to you and the National Commissioner for remarks or answers, and then we will continue after that with Honorable Sposana, Adams, Taibosh, and Mgweba.
Chair, I don't know whether it won't be overreach on my side to suggest that maybe let's exhaust the questioning side, and then we'll come back once, so that it might help. But if you don't insist.
No, I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with that if you are, Minister. I just didn't want you to have too big a list of of questions. Then we're going to add more questions by the members. I know committee members have several more questions. I can see Honourable Kola Barnard's hand is already up again. So so noted. That's fine with me. May I then propose that we go over to Honourable Skosana for the next questions or comments? Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and to the Minister and his team, the National Commissioner, and generals who are here with us. My question is simple. My question is, the Crime Intelligence Service, as we know, is one of the people the country depends on in terms of intelligence. Now, I'm worried, comes to that there's about 500, just over 500 posts which were advertised internally and for supervisor positions. What have led to high vacancy, and what service? This post filled. If not, how many remain vacant? And what is the plan of to meet this high turnover of the turnover rate of detectives, where we need all hands on the deck to reduce the workload and resolve this issue, because we have so many open old dockets which are not closed as yet, many years. Lot of, for instance, I still have a case which I reported of Tina. I'm asking myself, how long is it going to take for this to be resolved? Now, you look at a Pala issue, my colleague has just articulated on.
Honourable Skosana, we're losing you. I think unless it's my signal, it seems that there's a network problem.
We didn't hear a thing of what you were saying, Chair.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you,
but not Honourable Skosana.
Yes, Honourable Skosana, I couldn't hear him, but I can hear you, Chair.
We'll come back to Honourable Skosana, just for the network issue to be resolved. Honourable Adams.
There's nothing to hide here. I'm not sure whether.
Chairperson.
Honourable Skosana, we're going to come back to you. If I may propose to just restart for us to just reconnect, maybe, because there's a network issue.
Chairperson, Honourable I don't know if you start going to continue. Is intermittent, Chair, if I may.
Please go ahead, Honourable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson, Minister, all members of SAPS and all colleagues. I've got a good few questions, Chairperson, but first I must just state that these Zoom meetings are becoming a bit tedious because I'm always losing signal all the time. So it was a long, exhaustive presentation, Chairperson, and I must say I'm very disappointed because there are so many inconsistencies in what was said here, and I'm going to point them all out if you grant me the time. Lieutenant General Shamani, you spoke extensively on fake news on social media, and I agree with you. A lot of what is being said about SAPS on social media is untrue, but we ignore it because it doesn't really impact SAPS. Well, not on a service delivery level, because people don't take SAPS seriously anymore. But off the subject of fake news and on the subject of real news, at Langleni Police District, the police station, the DPCI case. The case number 1/11/2024, 150 million rand drugs confiscated, the biggest bust in the country for years. SAPS didn't issue a statement. I mentioned it in the last meeting. No one brought it here. This is not going away. I'll tell you why SAPS never issued a statement. Because this news is never to be transmitted. Because the people implicated are connected, and this case is going to go away. We won't let it, just so that you guys know. Now, I want to move on to the issue of Brigadier Langweni, General Theo, and General Khan. 3 members of SAPS. 2 of them fired, one expeditiously, the other one by a fitness board. No disciplinary hearings afforded. General Khan, you attempted to fire him expeditiously. He took it to court. He won it in court, in the High Court, mind you, probably at a cost of 500,000 rand to us taxpayers. You lost on the DC. The man was acquitted. Don't come to this meeting and tell us that the case has been finalized. Come here and tell us the truth. The man was acquitted. He was falsely accused. Falsely accused by whom, we want to know. Now, there was a criminal element to this case. Those people were never prosecuted. But you attempted to dismiss General Khan as if he was an accessory. The man was persecuted by members of SAPS, high-ranking members of SAPS that sit in this meeting. Members of this portfolio have made statements against Brigadier Langweni, General Theo, General Khan. And I have full faith in the justice system that the other 2 members will be brought back because they've been fired using the wrong method. Now I ask you a question, sir. Why was General Lushaba not dismissed in the same manner for the same thing as General Theo is accused of? Why is he being protected? Is he being protected because his signatures are all over the purchases of those hotels you were never supposed to buy? Because moving on to the issue of the hotels, SAPS has no right to buy. They can't buy buildings. They don't have it. But they're buying it anyway. But the NASCOM is sitting here acting as if it doesn't happen, Chairperson. Why has the NASCOM not taken action against people like General Lushaba that are buying properties without tax money, using Secret Service funds, which they should not be doing? I want to move on from there and say the 415 million rand that has been spent on the political killing stars team for 130 murders is disgraceful. And I'll tell you where the 415 million rand comes from. I'll tell you. Because the slide only gave us very, very scant information as to the spend. These people are being housed in 4- and 5-star hotels and lodges. The political killing stars team is nothing more than a terror group. Why is the murder of Mkhize not being investigated by this team? I'll tell you why, Chairperson. Because that murder will trace the AK-47 that was used to kill this poor man back to crime intelligence. The weapon was bought with Secret Service money. So the political killing stars team, with all this money on their hands, with all this time, does not go and track the killing of a young black man that stood up to corruption in KZN. They nitpick their cases. Minister, we fully support your effort to disband the stars team in the face of the generals that are refusing to do it. Officer Dlamini was mentioned. It is very interesting, Chairperson, that in our interview with Sergeant Dlamini, he said that General Khumalo gave him an unlawful instruction which he refused to answer, which he refused to do. 2 weeks later, he was arrested for defeating the ends of justice. He's been held on trial for 5 years for a non-violent crime. Coincidentally, the magistrate, the judge at the regional court that found him guilty, surname is Khumalo. If you go and read the transcripts from that court case, I've given it to an advocate. She says, no way can this man be found guilty. We need to appeal this. Now, I'm going to say to you, sir, that in light of what has happened here, are we as the public, members of this portfolio, within our rights to doubt what's happening at crime intelligence? I think we are. But I just want to add one more thing before I let you go, before you let me go, Chairperson. I just need to find it on my phone because, as luck would have it, my tablet packed up. Well, there are 2 more things I want to say. General Abia did not institute proceedings against General Khadwa on the same facts as what General Khan was prosecuted for. Is it because General Khan is a minority, or is it because he's in the way? General Tiani blocked every attempt to abuse that slush fund, and he was removed. I mean, Brigadier Langweni, Tiani Langweni, was removed using a manner that is, let's just call it distasteful for now. But here's the kicker. That same Brigadier Tiani is the man who reported all of this madness to the Zondo Commission. How come this was not brought before this committee? Because this whole presentation was half-baked. Facts have been omitted and facts have been twisted. The NASCOM must tell us, the political killing stars team, is it funded with the open account or the secret account? Because I heard both, and I need to know if it's legal. And this thing is recorded, so we'll go back to the recording because the NASCOM actually did contradict himself. But above all, Tiani Theo Khan. 3 generals with full security clearance are being prosecuted and persecuted by generals without security clearance, with cooked security clearance. Now, explain this to me. General Madondo has no security clearance, but the name is brought up as if she belongs there. She should not be in that position as per, excuse me, as per the recommendation by Commissioner Sitoli of 2018. Nobody is supposed to be acting in a position that they're not fit for. But these people are being appointed. Is crime intelligence nothing more than a mafia? It appears so. But let me conclude. Let me conclude by saying all those 500 vacancies, and this is where I'd like an answer, because I generally don't get answers from this committee. Those 500 vacancies that were offered at SAPS, how many of those opportunities went to colored boys and girls? Because right here in the Western Cape, within SAPS, we are being underemployed. We are not being allowed to grow via promotions or via training. And I believe this is a countrywide thing. I believe that the South African Police Services not only is the most corrupt. Chairperson, can I finish? Not only is
please conclude.
It's also the most racist, because I can't walk into a police station without looking for a colored person in the Western Cape of all places. I must inform you that colored people are still in the majority here. We're just not being given opportunity. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Adams. I'm going to head over to Honourable Tybosh.
Thanks, Chair. Am I audible?
You are audible, Honourable Tybosh. You're more than welcome to go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I was largely covered by previous speakers, but there's some tone to this morning's address by the President, and I can't shake the feeling that it was almost like the President was speaking to the Portfolio Committee and basically asked us nicely to stop, to stop doing our work. And I think that the President should, the Minister, Minister, the Minister should rather appreciate what we are doing in terms of our work and informing him of the things that we are not happy with, instead of trying to ask us to go easy on these guys. But the Minister must realize that these people have been around for a lot longer than he is, and there's a lot, and I'm saying this tongue in cheek. There's a lot that the Minister doesn't know what's going on. And I've had the privilege, and I'm still got the privilege to be friends with some very high-ranking police officials. And I'm not prepared to give their names here, but I sit and I listen to these things. And guys are saying, man, Tybosh, dinge gaan nooit regkom nie. Dinge gaan nooit regkom nie. Die ouens trek die wol oor 'n koen se oor. So just for the Minister to appreciate what we're doing, we will be doing continue to do what we're doing. And I'm sorry, we're not gonna back off. It is our job. We've been put here by our constituency and by our people to continue doing the oversight that we are doing for you. Instead, I think you should appreciate and start maybe listening to us and taking us more seriously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Tybosh. Honourable Mgweba.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of leadership instability within Crime Intelligence Division is a concern. What steps is SAPS taking to address this leadership instability? And how is it impacting the effectiveness of crime prevention and investigation? And also, what are the specific training programs that have been put in place to improve the skills and expertise of personnel within crime intelligence? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mgweba. Honourable Kola Barnard.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, let me sign off now. Yeah, the issue of gaps in capacity, particularly in terms of the number of qualified analysts and investigators in crime intelligence. What are you headhunting at universities, at other entities? I know it's extremely difficult for a number of entities I have visited to retain that sort of expertise, because of course the private sector pays enormous salaries. So are the gaps caused by natural attrition or by basically people going for a higher salary elsewhere? And the baseline reductions in the budget, that hit security cluster across the board. How did they hit you in terms of staffing and resources? I see there's a lot of hiring going on, especially, for example, we heard about the numbers to do with vetting. But I'm not seeing how the cutting of the funding has hit you in terms of those. Speaking of vetting, what is your current vetting backlog in crime intelligence in comparison to, say, the previous 2 years, in that you seem to have filled these posts and have paid overtime for those doing the vetting? It's a perennial problem, and I don't know that anyone's ever got on top of it. But it is of huge concern to hear from my colleague that once again, there are people in very high positions who are not able to obtain top secret security clearance for various reasons. Now, I've asked the question before, and it came out that there were within the SAPS people convicted of major crimes. I mean, rape, murder, fraud. It was a huge and horrific list, and I had all the details given to me. I would imagine that because of that publicity, shall we say, the revelation would have had SAPS taking criminality within its ranks seriously. But if you have people who are unable to get clearance, there is a reason for them not getting clearance. And it's not because they're simply not being tested, they are failing. That means they have major issues in their background. What are they doing in the top structure of the SAPS? I would ask the Minister to look into that very carefully, please. The cybercrime unit has been under-supported since its creation. It took, I can't tell you how many years, Minister, for the SAPS to take cybercrime really seriously. And we know now it's accepted that it's actually a major crime. It could have been nipped in the bud at the outset, I think, to a large degree, but now we have banks being looted of 500 million in a matter of seconds, individuals being hoaxed, people claiming to be SAPS members and extorting money, etc., etc., etc. So did I hear that the unit now has 200 members? What's the average caseload in terms of that for each member? And you know, I heard you talk about the task team and the task team being shut and that, but frankly, it all seems unclear because we're now told that this will now be discussed with the president. Is there an indication that now this task team will be, the lifespan will be extended? Is that what the discussion with the president will be about? And with the National Police Commissioner and the KZN PC part of the minister's decision to shut it down or not? It is an issue. And just to assist my colleague, of course, crime intelligence, as do the SSA, may buy properties for specific cases they're running or as safe houses. This is revealed all within the JSCI. So I think your wires are a bit crossed in that regard. Thank you, Chair. I'm done for now.
Thank you, Honourable Carla Barnard. Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you once again, Chair. Chair, I'd just like to know, you know,
Sorry, Honourable Schikkerling, you're inaudible. I'll come back to you now. Honourable James, can we try on your side?
Good morning, if it's still good morning. Good morning, Chair, and to the members and the Minister. I hope that I'm audible.
You're welcome to go ahead, Honourable James.
Honourable
There's a lag
Schikkerling
with
is
Honourable
still...
Schikkerling.
Can you hear, Chair?
Sorry, Honourable Schikkerling, we'll come back to you now. We couldn't hear anything. We'll come back now. Honourable James.
All right, I'm still stuck with the 415 million spent on the political task team. I can't seem to wrap my mind around this, considering what's happening on the Cape Flats. I want to ask how many members form part of the political task team? And I'd also like to ask, can we get a more transparent report of the spend over the past 5 years? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Honorable Ghana.
Thanks very much, Chair. Am I audible enough to yourself?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Just two, maybe two quick questions. I think the Honorable James has asked the other one. So my own assessment and observation, taking into account what has happened with the tenure of one Richard Zweli, it's one understand that there needs to be a level of secrecy insofar as the informants are concerned, or the people that the crime intelligence how it uses its funds. But one of the things that have come through that process, it's how people are used the slush funds, if I can call it that, to just pay relatives, friends, or associates. So what I'm trying to understand is the process of, for lack of a better chair, of vetting the informants to check that they are not in some way related to their handlers. And I'm just using these concepts because it makes things easier. But those that are being submitted, they are not related to the people they report to, and also how this let's call it a group, or at least gets kept together and revived or reviewed, and what are the considerations, understanding that this meeting is also broadcast, but what can be shared insofar as what is considered to be a good informant that needs to be kept for the crime intelligence, and just the way that the spending is being monitored, and the consequence of instances where the slush fund can be abused, whether it's buying vehicles, whether it's buying properties that end up not being used in crime fighting efforts. And the last one, I'm not so sure, Chair, if it was asked. If it wasn't, let me just table it. That's there to understand insofar as a brief pause in the hiring of officers into the crime intelligence, its effects to the crime fighting unit, especially that particular issue that is an obsession of ourselves as a committee around the people being the protection fee gain that are in extortion. Yes, that's English has escaped me a bit, whether that has had an effect, or everything has been working smoothly, and what and the true state of crime intelligence. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll listen to the response.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. I'm going to give Honorable Schikkeling an opportunity again, from where we will go to the Minister and the SAPS team, colleagues, and then Honorable Skhosana.
Yeah, sorry, it looks like you've forgotten about me. You said you're going to come back to me because we were cut off.
Yes, Honorable Skhosana, you're 100% correct. I'm sorry about that. I'll come back to you now. Honorable Schikkeling, please go ahead, and then I'll come to Honorable Skhosana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible. Thank you, Honorable Schikkeling. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
The one page you
Chair,
come into Grassy Park.
Honorable Taibosh, please mute.
I'd just like to know what steps are being taken to improve coordination and communication between crime intelligence and our other SAPS units involved in investigations and crime protection, please. And then, Chair, the Project 10,000, which is something we obviously do welcome. There seems to be a flaw in the system, and in trying to get in as many new recruits as possible and create a better resource detective services, we seem to have cut the amount of psychometric tests and training that we do offer these new recruits. And if I look at a lot of crime that is taking place in the intelligence lack, it is through many of these new officers. I would like to know if the police services are going to go back and do additional psychometric tests to these offer to these new recruits, and especially the ones that are going to become detectives, Chair, and if they're going to be offering additional training to them, because the training curriculum was also cut short. I know that there are thousands of police officers in South Africa currently that do not have firearm competency, which is a massive concern to me, because we are allowing people out on the streets with firearms and they only do competency every 5 years. And to me, that is not correct, Chair, because you can't tell me that you know how to shoot if you shoot once or twice in 5 years. It is a massive concern. And Chair, I started off with a July 2021 unrest report, and I'd like to go back to that and find out what meaningful changes has the SAPS implemented to address the findings of the state capture report and the July 2021 unrest report, and how far are we with the Zondo Commission report? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkeling. Honourable Skhosana.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I hope now I'm more. You can hear me now.
Yes, perfect, Honourable Skhosana. Thank you.
You know, let me just finish my question up and say that I asked about the Phala report, that it has to come out to the public domain. It cannot be hidden because of the SARS, Public Protector, and others who have already had their own things. And we need SAPS to come in and give the public the confidence that the matter was investigated and is closed in whatever way. And the issue, what specific strategies SAPS will implement to address this data management issue, which contributes to this backlog I was talking about, to say there's old dockets which are still closed, but because of these vacancies, which I was asking why, and is it addressed, you know, when you need 500 plus, supervision and commanders to make sure that their resources, they are resourced, because if you have crime intelligence, which is under-resourced, the thing which you'll get from that is what happened in the DRC, where our soldiers were sent there to die. So for us to prevent that this should not happen to our citizens in this country, they must feel safe. They must feel safe wherever they go. I mean, some of us, Chair, you might not know, we are still under protection. You know, formally and informally, wherever we go, we still under protection. I mean, it's absurd to think that we have men in blue, we have men who are not in blue, but who are police, who needs to make sure that the law and order is maintained in this country. And indeed, we are failing to do so. And I think we can do better, knowing that the issue of budget cuts as well, you know, it's a contributor to what is happening. In fact, for me to be chasing people, like I said earlier, you know, there was one guy was mentioned that he was assassinated, and I think my colleague Adams, because I wrote here on the chat to say I didn't hear anything about Makaka, you know, whether is it a closed case or not a closed case, but it's a case for concern. You know, that they should leave no stone unturned. You know, no one must be protected here. We need to know the truth. We know what people were tortured, people were arrested, some went to another country, but I must say that we need these matters to be closed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Skhosana. Minister Mchunu.
Chair, sorry, Honourable Shongwe.
Sorry, Honourable Shongwe, I've noted. I'll come back to you again. I'm just going to go to the Minister for response first. The list of answers is getting way too long, so we're not going to have time to respond, Minister.
I'd rather we start with Khumalo if he wants to come in, and then National Commissioner, then will come. Thank you.
Happily. Thank you, Minister. General Khumalo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the Ministry. We are going then to go through the responses on the questions that has been raised. Maybe, Chairperson, one has to start by apologizing because of the system. It will always be difficult to explain issues thoroughly so because of the kind of arrangements that are applied in this division, whereby we are using both overt and covert methodologies as well as accounting. So some of the issues cannot be clearly explained and understood if we move towards one stream. It always makes sense then if one has got the understanding of the other covert stream. So our presentation as well as the responses might not be clear to all of us. Maybe looking at the list without mentioning the honorable members, because there's been second and third tens of questions. One will go through the questions as they came forward. The issue of security clearances, those that are declined and expired, and how then SAPS is moving forward from that process or from that stage. I will only touch on the role of the division. The division is receiving applications from the applicants who are members of the SAPS, and then the division will go through the process of vetting investigation throughout the phases until the final verdict, then which will be communicated to the applicant as well as the commander or supervisor of the applicant. There are lots of issues that are still being considered in terms of the legal framework around the security clearances, of which then I should think the HR as well as the National Commissioner will expand on that. And then in terms of the steps that are taken by the SAPS to ensure stability, as we moved along with the briefing, we were highlighting areas of concern that were prioritized by the current management to make sure that the previous issues that were affecting the performance of the division are attended to. So supported by the management of SAPS, one can say there is progress on those areas of priority. Hence, then we are starting to see the benefits of some of the issues that we have been attending to. Zooming into the issue of no early warnings coming from the environment. As it was reflected on the briefing, it's one of the areas that we did prioritize, as it was also pointed out in one of the Commission's reports, by establishing the 24-hour centers from district level to national level. Halfway through the implementation of those continuous early warning centers, we realized that there is a shortage, or the feedback from the operational environment is not coming in the way it's supposed to be, so as we are able to assess our early warning reports, whether then they are of assistance or required standard. But we have since then engaged all the commanders at various levels of command centers, and of which there is improvement. One can emphasize that it's one of the areas that we are really serious about as the division, because we want to make sure that we continuously provide more especially proactive intelligence to our operational environments, so as then they can be able to implement their operational plans accordingly. The issue of budget for the political killings task team, I should think that the provincial commissioner as well as the CFO will be able to expand further on that. There was also an issue of how do we ensure accountability in this division. Currently, what we have done, we have made sure that as a national competency, we have participative management at both administrative and operational issues, where we sit with all provincial heads as top management to take ownership of all strategies and plans, as well as the priorities that are attended to from district level up to national level, so as then when the time comes for us to account, there is no excuse that talks to the misunderstanding of whatever plan that is being implemented. We have continuous accounting sessions that are talking to, we have them thick and fast, those that are talking to operational responsibilities, and then but overall, our quarterly review sessions where we look back at our performance as we improve on the next quarter, assisting us in terms of ensuring accountability. Then some of the issues that are talking to like Amabungane judgment, one then will request that maybe we defer that response or comment, so as then, because it goes along other issues that are on the Secret Service account environment, maybe then we can attend to it in the form of a written response. Moving on to the issue that was talking to the social media report on the vehicles gathering dust. And after that social media, then there were allegations that there was then a distribution thereof. The process started with the withdrawing or withdrawal of those vehicles from the senior management. And then as the process of re-registration was ongoing, at the same time, the HR process of capacitating the top 30 stations as well as the 52 districts was also ongoing. Hence, then one of the reasons we had to withdraw those vehicles was to capacitate those environments. So as soon as the appointment or placement processes were done, that's when then those vehicles were allocated to those operational environments. It was a matter of making them vehicles readily available for deployment or allocation as soon as the process of placing the members at top 30 stations and district levels are finalized. Then moving on the questions that are talking to the number of individuals that are responsible for the Secret Service account, through you, Chair, I'll request also that we defer questions that are on that line, because as I've said, we need to carefully craft the response so as then we don't cross the line. There were other questions that were talking to the withdrawal of cases as to the victims or witnesses if they come forward with the withdrawal statements as to the procedure that is followed by investigating officers in terms of trying to explain or influence. I'll maybe then request that the Deputy National Commission of Crime Detection then assist us in that part. The cases that are referred to ADR, it's one of the processes that are allowed in terms of Criminal Procedure Act. So the accused will raise or apply for that process to be followed in the court of law, and then the prosecution will then, together with the defense, they will argue up until then the presiding officer will rule. So in cases that we're giving feedback on, that was done on cases that are talking to assault GBH, where maybe two people will physically fight and then they open counter charges against one another or each other. And then when then both cases are appearing at court, and then both the defenses will then propose for the ADR to be applied. And then it is the presiding officer, the magistrate, that makes a ruling on that process. And then moving on to the issue of vacant posts, as we were taking the honorable committee on our capacitation program since financial year 22-23, we were flagging the number of posts that we were prioritizing both at senior management level, middle management level, as well as operational level. The approach will be to advertise internally until then we resolve that the particular skill that we are looking for cannot be then found within SAPS, and then we'll move then towards the external advertisement, so as then we have a much bigger pool to get the applications. Maybe the issue of a case involving the late Cindy Somakaka, we can maybe also provide a detailed response, because it came out, I think, more than once on the progress that has been made on the investigation and prosecution of that case. It is not true that the case has not been moving. Since 2019, there were a number of accused that were charged on that case, and as we speak, the matter is on trial with all those accused that were charged since 2019. But the detailed report on that specific case can be provided. Moving on to training interventions, currently, based on our training intervention plan for the current financial year, we are sitting at a number of 42 internal courses, where we have taken through more than 3,500 of our members through different training interventions, as well as 13 international courses. Without going through the whole list, there are basic intelligence collection and analysis courses that are continuously provided to the division by the training division of the SAPS. But our priority during this financial year is for us to train our people on financial investigations and also on cyber crime related collection as well as the cyber crime enforcement. We are having continuous trainings as we speak. We have another batch of 3 courses that are coming from next week, where we are that talks to cyber crime collection, where we are going to take 85 of our collectors through that 3-legged training. So, but then also the detailed training provisional plan can be made available then to the honorable committee as we move on. The other question was talking to the current number of members that are in the task team. Currently, there are 96 members of the task team, with 23 of them being investigating officers. The rest then are other specialists that are providing investigative support. There was also another question that was talking to the vetting or possible vetting of informants. It is part of our current reviewed control measures that are put in place, whereby then there is that part that we are going through in terms of making sure that we have the informant capability that is in line with our priorities at any given time, and also without compromising any integrity of any member within the division. So there is a basic screening that is taking place during the recruitment process. With your permission, Chair, I'll pause there for now and then allow National Commissioner then to add.
Thank you, General.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Honorable Chair and members. I don't know why my video doesn't come out. Because it is open.
We can see you, General.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Thank you, Honorable Chair. On the question of addressing the issue of instability in the leadership in the CI, especially as was referred to by various commissions, including the panel of experts after the 2021 riots. That's why we at that time, we did not have the divisional commissioner at CI, and I appointed a divisional commissioner. And since then, we appointed about 34 senior managers into the division. There is, of course, a few posts that are vacant now, which we will fill. And of course, some of the members are leaving, and those that do misconduct, we deal with them as part of addressing the issue of leadership stability in that division. As I said, it's not that everybody there is up in arms. No, a lot of men and women are committed in that division and they're doing their work. It's only a few that are causing problem and that so-called instability. Honorable Chair, the budget for the political task team, we should take note that when the political task team was established in 2018, it worked almost just over 8 months to 9 months, and the results were not forthcoming. And it was a local members of KwaZulu-Natal that time. And then it was revived, and we had to get members from all over the country. They had to stay somewhere. They can't sleep under the bridge or wherever. They had to stay somewhere, and the investigation of cases, I'm sure the honorable members knows that it is not as easy, especially cases of this nature. They are quite time-consuming to investigate, and we had to also get combat teams to assist the investigators in doing their work, including providing security for those members. So yes, they had to stay either at a guest house or a hotel while doing this investigation. On vehicles of cases then given to task teams, I did address it, but I'll also allow the provincial commissioner to talk to that, Honorable Chair. As I said, the political task team consisted of members from across the whole of South Africa put together to do this investigation. And in the process, there was time where there was budget constraints, and the provincial commissioner had to assist the team. I mean, they are investigating these cases in the province, so there's nothing wrong if he is assisting them with transport for them to do the work. But I'll allow him to touch on that. Individuals, I think the issue of ADR, General Kumalo did talk to it. A high-profile case of Cindy Zomakaka, I think also Kumalo spoke to it. It's not to say the case is thrown away. There are other cases that people have been arrested that are at court now, and it will, a part of it will also get its fair share in court at some point. So it is a case that we are looking at. On the issue of the IPID investigation on Palapala, I'm not sure. I think it was raised by Honorable Blose and Honorable Skosana. I'm not sure. I think they referred to IPID. We did receive the IPID report that recommended that we take steps. There were departmental steps taken on certain of the members, and the cases were finalized, as far as I remember. I'm aware that some of the allegation was that I sent a chopper there to the farm in that time while I was still a deputy. And I know that I never sent a chopper there. It was one of those false allegations that came by some of members from within us, and also the records of our helicopter fleet. None of it showed that there was ever a chopper stand there. So I don't know what smear campaign was it all about. And the report didn't, when it came back, it didn't contain anything of that. So I didn't ask IPID as to why, but I know that I definitely never sent the chopper to the farm. The case raised by Honorable Adams, Honorable Chair members of DPCI, we have the case number. I can't remember the case number. You would recall that in our last appearance, General Villiers did explain why. Why is there no media statement in that regard? I might not quote him verbatim, but as far as I remember, he said, this case is still ongoing and they are still investigating. So they deliberately did not issue any media statement. It quite often happens, Honorable Chair, that if you are investigating a case that links to something else, you can't really issue a media statement. You must finish the investigation and then you then issue statement whenever you are done. For example, yesterday, when we were doing the operation in Western Cape, Bellville South, while we were busy there, we had to do another premises in Sketpart or something. So you could not start talking about Bellville South before you finish. Otherwise, you're going to mess up the case. So that's the explanation he gave that time. So let's give it time. General Liezl will at the right time talk to the public and yourself on this case. On matters raised by Honorable Adams, look, the management of SAPS, including the leadership of CI, we don't go out to create misconduct against members. If a member has committed misconduct, we do take steps. And if we receive a report from the IPID or any other body, we do investigate, and then we follow the recommendation of our investigator or whatever is been recommended by that body. In this case, if IPID recommend do take steps, we appoint an investigator, we do take steps, or we don't take steps. The fact that you find General Livia, he did what he did, there's nothing wrong. The supervisor must just apply his mind on what is in front of him and take the necessary steps. That is in terms of how our regulations are. The budget, I think I spoke about it. Issue of discrimination of colors, I am not aware of such a discrimination. We do have employment equity that we implement, and all members do apply for posts, and all races get appointed. Even in CI, there is a number of colored members. Offhand, I remember the provincial head of Northern Cape is Solomon, is a colored guy, but there is more. So I'm not sure about exactly on that one. Staffing of the division CI, Honorable Chair, we gave them 600 last year, and we're going to give them 1,000 currently with the recruits that are in the college currently. And then the steps taken to improve coordination between CI and other divisions. We have a capacity, we have forums called Provincial Crime Combating Forum. National, we have National Crime Combating Forum, which is NCCF. And with other departments, we have the Matrons body. So in these bodies, the CI gives information to various divisions within SAPS. And that information get operationalized, as Kumalo said. They send reports to provinces, and provinces are expected to operationalize those reports. We have not, Honorable Shikli, we have not cut psychometric testing of new recruits. We are still subjecting them to psychometric testing, and also those that as we recruit detectives, we also subject them to psychometric testing before they can be taken over into detective services course. But General Sibia will talk to that, including the withdrawal of cases. The status of the matters raised in the State Capture Commission, as well as the panel of experts 2021. We are implementing some of the issues that we showed you earlier, addressing the leadership issues, putting control measures in that division. That's what we are doing. Those are the matters that we raised in those commissions. We are attending to them. Might not be as fast, but we are implementing currently as we do, Honorable Chair. Let me ask first General Sibia to comment, then it will be followed by General Mkua and then Lieutenant General Mkonasi in that order. General Sibia.
Thank you very much, National Commissioner. Honorable Chair, members of the committee, and our Minister, International Commissioner, all protocol observed. National Commissioner, I'm going to just specifically respond to those that relate to the detectives as mentioned. The first one from Honorable Merwe. What happens to a situation where the police are sure that they have got a good case and at the last minute the complainant decides to withdraw? it also all depends on the seriousness of the case, because if the state feels that this person must be prosecuted, they are able to declare a person a hostile witness and proceed in the absence of that person, and the court will force the person to testify against his or her will. But in most cases, we do lose cases because sometimes the complainant just come and say, no, I no longer want to proceed. But that is why it is the state versus, because it is the state that prosecute. So the state will then take over if ever there's a need for the state to represent a complainant. But we don't just give up and say, because we also look at all other available evidence around the case. Sometimes a case may be strong enough, even if we don't have the statement by the complainant, but you find that we do connect the person to a scene through DNA or through fingerprints, we'll proceed without the complainant saying, yes, I want to proceed or not. Sometimes even if it's a minor, we proceed without the complainant saying yes or no, or even the parents. So it all depends on a particular matter, Chair. And in relation to the shortage of the detectives, a lot has been done in relation to the staffing of the detectives, and in all the top 30 stations and all. I can safely say, as we indicated last, that there is a total of 4,517 allocation to the detectives, which with 1,000 for lateral placement injected into the detectives from SAPS as well. And we also have 200 re-enlistment for forensic list investigation units. So there's a whole lot of, from according to the provinces, I can give the information according to the provinces in terms of the breakdown. We have it, but there's so much been done to inject manpower to assist in the detective environment. Over and above, we're working hard on making sure that we crystallize the data. The data integrity is very much important in a sense that we're looking at cases on hand, and also the cases that are supposed to have been closed that are still open in the system. We're tracing those cases. We find that some of the cases are still open, but they are long concluded, but the system is still open. So we're making sure that we push that backlog in a sense that as we crystallize the data, you'll realize that even the performance of the detective begin to improve. But when it comes to the workload, we are monitoring on a weekly basis during Operation Chanela, chaired by the National Commissioner. We account for all those cases that are on hand. Each and every detective that is carrying many dockets, especially dockets that were supposed to have been closed long time ago, we make sure that those dockets, we reduce the number, and those that were supposed to have been closed. For an example, you are carrying an assault, a simple assault common case that was supposed to have been closed within a month or so, but it's 6 months or a year or 2 years, you're still carrying this docket. So we are conducting inspections in the provinces to make sure that the provinces are account as to why certain cases are still open, in fact, when those cases were supposed to have been closed. So we do get reports, inspection reports from the respective provinces, and we attend to each and every province individually. But as you can see, the performance of the detectives, Chair, has begun to improve. The graph is now facing upwards, is improving on a monthly basis because we're monitoring the performance of the detectives. And we really appreciate the concern and the support of the committee and the management of the South African Police Service in making sure that they capacitate the detectives, because now it's beginning to show that the detectives are now working hard at working, making sure that work is being done and the data is updated and the cases on hand are reduced, and that there's enough boots on the ground to carry on with the work of the detectives. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. General Mkhize here, and good afternoon to you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to honorable members, our Minister of Police, Deputy Ministers, the National Commissioner, and all the colleagues in the platform. Chairperson, I will respond or touch on some of the questions raised by the honorable members. The first one is the one that was raised in terms of the shortened courses or shortened training program as raised by Honorable Shikeling. And I need to indicate, Chairperson, that in as far as the courses are concerned, there are no courses that have been shortened. But what we have done, Chairperson, in terms of basic training, we have separated our trainees who are having matric and the ones who are having relevant NQF level 6 qualifications. The ones who are having NQF level 6 qualifications, yes, we have shortened their basic training course because of the fact that some of the aspects that they're being taught at the universities, they are already covered in the modules that we present here at the college. And the ones that are going on a full course are those that are only having matric, and those that are having NQF level 6 qualification that is not relevant to the type of work or the functions of the police. And in as far as the psychometric test is concerned, yes, Chairperson, all of them, they are subjected to a psychometric test, even those that are recruited from the college to join crime intelligence and to join detectives. We also subject them to a special psychometric beta test. We are in the process, Chairperson, of reviewing the current psychometric test that we are presenting, hopefully with the intake of the next intake of 2025-2026, all our applicants will be subjected to the new battery test. Then on the issue of the colors, the National Commissioner has covered it, Chairperson. Our adverts, both external and internal adverts, they are open to everyone, Chairperson. We do consider, all the risk groups when they apply. We are also guided by the employment equity targets, and we do also present the employment equity targets to all the panels as they sit. Number of people from different risk groups, they do apply. And depending on their success, if they're successful, they do get appointed. So we are not discriminating against any race group, Chairperson, and we are attending to everyone who applies, and the outcome of the results will indicate if a person is successful or not. Then on the other matter that was also raised by Honorable Adams in terms of the process that was followed in the cases of Brigadier Hlongwane, General Dio, and General Khan, I need to indicate, Chairperson, that the division followed the prescribed rules as stipulated in our regulations. Whether it's a normal disciplinary process, or whether it's an expeditious process, or whether it's a fitness board, all those processes, Chairperson, I need to confirm that they are prescribed in our regulations, and the division followed those processes. The last one, Chairperson, is the issue of the appointment of senior managers without being vetted. I know, Chairperson, there, yes, we admit we do take too long to vet some of the senior managers due to the fact that crime intelligence is currently short-staffed when it comes to vetting officers. At some point, we tried to give them, vetting officers, but unfortunately, the workload becomes too much for them. That is why the National Commissioner also directed that to speed up some of these processes, we also need to engage State Security Agency to assist us in vetting some of the senior officers. And the reason why, Chairperson, we allow them to take up their posts before we get the vetting certificates is because of the fact that the vetting sometimes takes a year or takes 2 years. And it will mean that if we don't appoint them immediately, it will take us too long for those posts to be filled, and it will affect the service delivery. But we do have a mitigation chair to ensure that we do not appoint people who are going to cause problems for us. We do conduct a preliminary screening. We do the GEX to check if these individuals that we are allowing them to take up the post, there are no shady things that they are doing in the past. But we know that the vetting process that is supposed to be done by crime intelligence go deeper. But we do conduct the GEX, we do some preliminary screening, and based on the outcome of those preliminary screenings, we do appoint them, and also indicating that the condition is once their security vetting is finalized, they will get a top clearance security. But we also need to tighten up. We admit that there are certain things that we need to tighten up in as far as vetting of senior managers are concerned. And yes, we were directed that we need to make sure that we put a proper, controls and measures in place, Chairperson. That is all from my side, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, General. General Masemola, do I understand correctly that we go over to General Mkhize?
Yeah, correct. We can go over to him, Chair. He can respond, I'm sure, to the question raised and the others.
Thank you, General. I just have to say that once General Mkhize has responded, I would need to close the meeting. We will reconvene certain parts of this meeting. We will communicate accordingly. I have to testify in a disciplinary matter at just after 1 p.m. I just want to make sure that I am on time, but that is the allocated time to end this meeting in any case. General Mkhize, over to you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I greet all of you as well as the Minister of Police and the platform, the National Commissioner. Honorable Chair, in responding to the issues with regard to the vehicles that were allocated to the political killing task team, I must first maybe indicate that, Honorable Chair, that the Section 207 of the Constitution outlined exactly what is the role and responsibility of the Provincial Commissioner in as far as policing is concerned. And in this regard, I am given the responsibility here to oversee policing on behalf of the National Commissioner, and as well as engaging and presenting my plans and reports to the legislature, to the provincial government. And I do that as a police officer, being informed and guided by the oath I took to serve and protect, and governed by the Criminal Procedure Act. So as and when operations are conducted in the province, I still remain responsible for what's happening. And I must account to the citizen and through going through the legislation, informing them as a result, as such. So in 2018, when the political killings investigation team was established, I was the acting provincial commissioner at the time. And as such, the strategies and plan that were developed, I was pretty much involved with that. Major General Khumalo, Lieutenant General Khumalo, who's now the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, came down with me to the province of KwaZulu-Natal when I came to act in 2018, and he was a brigadier then. I personally placed him within this political killing investigation task team to assist the investigators that were assigned to do the job. And I must indicate, Honorable Chair and members, that he did exceptionally well, considering the fact that he was not a detective, and he came here for a different mission, but I ended up assigning him to work within the political killing task team. And when the team started, they did not have resources. As a provincial commissioner, I had a responsibility to see to it that the team does what they're supposed to do. And as a result, Honorable Chair and members, I had in 2018 allocated amongst the resources, not only the vehicles. In 2018, I had assigned a total of 30 vehicles to the task team when they started with the operation. 30. That was in 2018. In 2019, I went back to the head office and only to return in 2021. The team remained, and Lieutenant General Khumalo remained as part of the team. We got promoted in the process. And in 2021, when I arrived back, I found a fleet of vehicles that they were having, that were allocated to them. Some of them were bordered, and some of them were very old, not in a good condition, as they were operating across the length and breadth of the province. So as I look at the resources that were available at the time, I found that there was a fleet of 5 vehicles that were bought to be used, X5s, also, I beg your pardon, Chair, X3s, that were bought to be utilized by the late king of the Zulus. And you'll remember, Chair, that through the CODESA and those agreements that were there in the past, the king of the Zulus were afforded the opportunity to be protected by the South African Police Service in the form of a Royal Protection Unit. So in 2021, when I came here, there was no king of the Zulus. And there were vehicles that were procured for it to be used to look after the king, and there was no king. And there was crime in the province, and there were resources sitting and idling at the warehouse. I therefore directed that those vehicles be utilized productively, considering the challenges that we experience across the units in the province as they are fighting crime, of which the political killing task team was one of the units that were working hard in creating peace and stability in the province. I allocated those X5s, 5 of them, I allocated them to the task team, to be utilized by the task team in fighting crime. And again, Honorable Chair, as their vehicles that they were using were getting old and breaking down and getting boarded, in 2022, there was also an additional vehicles that were given to the task team, which is 6 VW Polo vehicles, the small ones, that were allocated to the team. So I must indicate, Honorable Chair, that to date, a total of 7 vehicles have been boarded on this list that I've given. And the majority of the vehicles that are still within the task team, on average, they go over 4,000 kilometers on average, as they're investigating cases across the length and breadth of this province of KwaZulu-Natal. So I just wanted to indicate in terms of response to that. Honorable Chair, members, the portfolio committee had asked me to explain myself and elaborate on the utterances that I made when I appeared before the TV camera on the 27th of January in 2025. Honorable Chair, perhaps let me start when I responded to the engagement with the journalist at the time. I cited the smear campaigns that are going around trying to tarnish my name to some degree, being reminded of what transpired back then in 2011, 2012, when I was the acting national commissioner. And I felt that there's similarities in terms of what is happening now and what is happened back then. Honorable Conor Barnard will remember very well that crime intelligence were on the news almost on a weekly basis. And that, Honorable Chair, has been a strategy that has been deployed by police officers that are facing a difficult time in the organization as far as investigations against them. The modus operandi is for them to go to the media and make themselves look good. And certainly so, they even approach some of the honorable members and they use them to be their mouthpiece and justify their evil deeds. Honorable Chair, in let me take you back into what transpired in this current period. In 2024, on the 29th of October, to be precise, I received a phone call, Chair, a phone call and a message that came from a gentleman who said to me he's a close associate of the Minister of Police, and that is Mr. Brown. He referred to himself as Mr. Brown Mkhize. This Mr. Brown Mkhize, who had described himself as a close associate to the Minister of Police, indicated to me, which made me believe that he's a close associate of the Minister of Police, because he said to me he was joining the Minister of Police to visit the Lusikisiki massacre that had happened last year. And because I did not trust him, I called the Chief of Staff to try and establish who is this gentleman. And the Chief of Staff did confirm to me that indeed he is a very person close to the Minister of Police. But what surprised me about this gentleman is that he then indicated to me on a message that he sent me when he said there's an internal attempt to discredit me through the defeating the end of justice case. And as we engage, and I asked him, what is he talking about? He then he sent me a report that was written by the member who, well, not signed, but a report that was written by a Lieutenant Colonel Matthews, who was working under Operational Valomgodi, who was an operational commander at the time. And unfortunately, the report that he sent to me, a letter which I have here before me, was not signed, Honorable Chair and members. He sent me this report, and subsequent to that, he then forwarded the copies of the OB entries that were made at Impangeni police station, where there were indications that I personally stopped the arrest of one senior officer from the correctional service. So that's how the whole thing started. So when he sent me these things, I, subsequent to that, Chair, before I could even respond to that, the next thing that he had asked me was whether, how well do I know the Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence? Because it indicates that the Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence had made a presentation of which he attached the copy of the screen, a presentation the crime intelligence was making, which obviously is either he was part of the presentation where crime intelligence were presenting the divisional policies, which is dated 2024, 2025 on the screen. That's how it was highlighted here. The presentation was made on the 30th of September, 2024. He gave me that screenshot. If he was not part of that meeting, surely someone who was at that meeting was feeding him with this information. So he sent me the screenshot and he says to me, Gerald Kumalo, the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, I must check my standing with him. And because he said yesterday he pushed a negative narrative about me on how the cash in transits are happening in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and the fact that I don't want to listen to the advices of crime intelligence when they're giving me early warnings and so forth. And he cited a retired Major General Chika to be amongst the people that were unhappy about my response into their warnings about crime intelligence. So that's a communication that he brought to me. And when I asked him about more details about this thing, where did he get this, and what is General Kumalo specifically saying about me, other than what is presenting to me? Whether is the leadership aware about what General Kumalo has been saying about me? So he says. His response was, and I quote, "The minister is briefed. He has just arrived at Lusikisik." So that's why I phoned the chief of staff to try and establish, because this person looks like he's very close to the Minister of Police, and he was traveling with him to Lusikisik. And I guess the investigation is going to reveal whether did he really travel with him to Lusikisik. And I guess with the investigation chair, we'll be able to establish the communication between this gentleman and the Minister of Police, if it's true or not, as is alleged to be in contact with the Minister of Police. So that's how this whole thing started. And subsequent to that, Chair, fast forward, I received an inquiry from a journalist about what transpired at Correctional Service. I must indicate, Honorable Chair, that I had explained myself into the media of what transpired at Correctional Service, that the members that were deployed by the head office to go and look after the interest of one company in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the company called Richards Bay Minerals. A whole entourage of South African Police Service members were deployed there. That myself, the district commissioner, could not control them, and nobody could ask them questions of what they're doing and what are they doing and how are they doing. I was woken up on the phone call by the regional commissioner, who then phoned me and said, "I'm arresting the senior manager without telling me." So I was not aware of what senior manager was he talking about. And I asked, "Where is this?" He said, "Timbangini." I called the district commissioner, Major General Mgweba, about this matter. He himself did not know anything. He then inquired from the police station. He discovered that, yes, indeed, there were these group of members that were deployed to RPM. And they moved out of their mandate and they went and executed an operation of arresting a prison official. The prison official was the acting area commissioner at Kalagabusha prison, which is a facility that is sitting in the King Federal district of KwaZulu-Natal. I then engaged with the commander, this colonel who was in charge. I inquired from him what transpired. He then gave me a briefing of what took place. The chair, honorable members, this operation they conducted based on information they had on drugs, which I cannot dispute, they are police officers, they must act on information. The information they had was that there were drugs that had been sold at the house of this prison official at Kalagabush. They then went there without a search warrant. They went inside the premises, they searched the entire premises, they could not find anything. I must indicate, Chair, that this premises is a house that is within the facility of correctional services. It's one of the units of houses in that facility. And there are many other units in the same facility where the access into it is not restricted, not unless when you enter at the main gate to the correctional facility. where you have security controls. But as you go into the houses, each house you can move in between one and another with ease. And after they failed to find anything inside the house, they went outside to search in the garage. But while they were going to the garage, they then noticed a dustbin which was outside the house. They stopped and they searched the dustbin. That is when they found a small parcel that was containing what is suspected to be drugs. Based on that, they decided to arrest that prison official. So the question I asked the colonel was, as an officer of law, first, do you know whether these things are drugs or not? Secondly, who else has access to this dustbin other than this person we're talking about? Are you sure that this is the only person that could have placed those drugs if they are drugs? So my advice to him is that we are indebted with the number of civic claims we're having in the police. On 1, 2, we should not be seen to be violating the rights of individuals out there. Our purpose of arrest is because we want to secure people to come to court when we have investigated the cases and we know for a fact that this, what they were doing, is broken the law. So for now, you don't know what you have before you, whether it's drugs or not. Rather, take that to the laboratory, get it tested first. This is a senior person you're talking about. We don't expect it's going to be running anywhere. And then the register inquiry, and then you go and engage with the prosecution and determine whether should you effect an arrest, can the prosecution prosecute this person before you enter this person's name on the SCP-14, because the moment you do that, there's going to be a civil claim if you cannot prosecute successfully. And so, Chair, I must indicate that to date, the prosecution has declined to prosecute that matter because there was no evidence as to whether the person has done any wrong in what they were alleging to have arrested her for. So that's what had transpired. So my surprise is that that incident happened early in the year, last year. Only in September, 29 September, at the end of September, as well as the beginning of October, I then get a call and the message is from this gentleman who said to me he's close to the minister. And he's got a copy of that OP entry, and he's got a copy of the letter that is written by that member, that colonel who was part of the operation. So that was the start of the troubles that came, which then had to be amplified in one way or another. And subsequent to that, this year, then the journalist asked me a question from City Press in writing. We responded to it. We gave the fact. But the City Press, we felt that because they were in a mission, the journalists might be in a mission to make sure that my name is tarnished out there. He went ahead and wrote about it. Despite the fact that his colleague learned about this thing a couple of months before, but he did not write because they had asked me, I gave my statement, so they didn't publish the story because they realized that it was just a smear campaign. But these journalists specifically went and wrote the story. The sad thing about it is there was no investigation done by the journalist. The journalist just took a person who says there's allegations against Mkhize on this. He took Mkhize's face, he put it in front of the newspaper, and he wrote the story. And that damaged my image to some degree. And as a result, there's some litigation that we are going to be pursuing with the newspaper concern. Chair, when I spoke to the journalist in referring to what transpired after that, for instance, the stories that subsequently came, of which one of them that came recently was that I was in the front run of a post of DPCI. Honorable Chair and members, not because of arrogance or whatever, but I can safely tell you that I believe I'm the oldest or the longest serving lieutenant generals in the South African Police Service. And I'm in the highest notch of this level that I'm in. I cannot get any promotion beyond what I have now. So if anyone will feel that I was going to pursue any post beyond this, they are mistaken. I know there are colleagues that are eager for the posts that are going to be vacant. When I joined the South African Police Service, it was my resolve to face the criminals directly. That's why I joined the Public Order Police Unit. And from there, I moved to the Special Task Force. I never wanted to be a detective specifically because I wanted to be involved with the real action that is a combination of both investigation and combating in the main. So it has never been my interest to become a detective. So those that decided again, the very same newspaper or very same journalist or media houses, they then go and put my face out there as if I'm the person that wants to become a DPCI. I'll say in front of the public and to the colleagues that are within the South African Police Service who are interested to apply for the post that they must feel free that I will never submit my application for the post of DPCI. I remain here to see to it my contract is done, a contract that has got a year to go before it ends. And I'll do my job, and from there I'll go home and relax. Chair, what made me make a reference on what transpired in this time around to what happened back in 2011 is because, Honorable Chair, in 2011 I was appointed as the acting national commissioner. At the time, there was a matter of Zweli that was in the media. And as I said, crime intelligence was too much in the media at the time. There was a case of corruption against Zweli at the time, which was referred to the NPA, was in court. But there was no departmental matter initiated. So I initiated the departmental investigation in that time. And Zweli was already on suspension when I was appointed acting. And after that, I then told Chairperson, as I said, to make sure, who was a deputy national commissioner at the time, to make sure that departmental investigation is conducted against Zweli, and also the person who was a direct responsible person for crime intelligence, and that was Lieutenant General Liezl, who's now the head of Hawks, to make sure that they facilitate the investigation in terms of disciplinary procedure on determining whether there's anything wrong in terms of our disciplinary code. Subsequent to that, Chair, the disciplinary report was ready to subject the matter for the disciplinary hearing. We then received a report from the National Director of Public Prosecution informing us that we must not withdraw the case of Zweli is withdrawn because the South African Police Service and the courts of the Republic had no jurisdiction to investigate the corruption matter of the Secret Service account. That was the responsibility of the Inspector General of Intelligence. So in order to test that, we then took the criminal case docket as well as the departmental case docket. We sent it to the Inspector General of Intelligence. And I know, Honorable Chair, is that perhaps that might have been one case that might have motivated or demotivated the Honorable Advocate Kona Barnard, because she was the one who was dealing with the case. And after the case was withdrawn, she left the NPA and she went to Parliament. We then, Chair, submitted these two documents to the Inspector General of Intelligence. The Inspector General of Intelligence responded to us on a departmental matter, because there were two officials involved, was General Zweli and Lazarus. She responded to us, and that was Advocate Khadev, the late. She then said, there's no case against Lieutenant General Zweli, departmental, but there is a case against General Lazarus, so we must proceed with General Lazarus. But then I said to her, I'm not going to implement that recommendation until she responds to me about the outcome or the comment that the NPA has taken, or decision the NPA has taken on the withdrawal of the case against General Zweli. I wanted to be clear about that. Almost a week later, Honorable Chair, the NPA, the Inspector General of Intelligence called me and said I must bring back the letter that recommended that Zweli should not be charged departmentally. I must bring it back because they've studied the case docket and they've realized that the NPA has erred in taking a decision that the police and the courts don't have jurisdiction in criminal matters. And then I then decided that I beg your pardon. I said Advocate Bredenbach. I think I used the wrong name. Advocate Bredenbach, who was dealing with the case that is now working in Parliament. When the Inspector General of Intelligence gave us a letter that says the case docket must go back to court, which meant that the departmental matter must proceed, we sent the docket back to court. I personally called the acting National Director of Public Prosecution at the time, and she referred me to the advocate who initially took a decision, and that advocate was Advocate Mgweba. And Advocate Mgweba still wrote back to us, telling us that he has taken a decision to withdraw the case of Mkhize, therefore the matter is closed. So that's how that case stopped because of that decision. Despite the fact that Inspector General of Intelligence already said that the NPA was wrong. Subsequent to that, Honorable Chair, we continued with the departmental matter as we were authorized to proceed. Subsequent to that, as I was driving home to KZN, I received a call from the same advocate Khader, who was Inspector General, telling me that she has compromised her career. The recommendation that she gave me to prosecute Mgweba was wrong. I must bring that letter back. I refused. The next thing, I got a call from the Minister of Police at the time, who was Mr. Mkhize, to his house, where he instructed me that I must not charge Mgweba, and because Inspector General of Intelligence have decided that I should not charge Mgweba. And the Inspector General of Intelligence was present in that house. And she said, I gave an instruction of what to write. I disputed that, and I said it's a lie. But nonetheless, I told her that until I have something black and white that you are saying to me I must not charge around Mgweba, I will continue with the case. Well, of course, criminal, we can't do anything because the NPA had taken a decision, but departmental, we shall continue. And the Inspector General of Intelligence then invited me to a house where she brought back the letter initially that she had withdrawn that said Mgweba is clean, he cannot be charged. And she brought the letter which she had filed and she gave it to me again that said, no, Mgweba is clean. So as a result, the case must be withdrawn. Honorable Chair, what transpired after that, it's recorded. The advocate Bredenbach, Gerald Libya, Gerald Massimolo himself, Gerald Kumalo, who's now DPCI, myself, and many other police officers started facing difficulty after that. Especially, I can talk about those in the police. It is on history how Gerald Libya was removed from the SAPS under the leadership of the National Commission at the time, Gerald Pierre. We know how the paging and everything that was done. Myself, Honorable Chair, from the arrival of Gerald Pierre as the head of the SAPS, I sat at home. She did not allocate many posts. She was happy to have me sitting at home for more than 12 months, not doing anything. And it didn't bother me. I feel, Chair, I had done enough. I've gone through some difficult trainings in my life that taught me how to endure. So I just sat there and I told them until they want to make use of me, I'll be available at home. So I enjoyed getting pension payers, taxpayers' money without being used. And to date, there was never investigation about my command at the time, Gerald Pierre, with regard to that action. But I sat at home and doing nothing. And many people will tell their stories. Gerald Kumalo will tell you, because Gerald Kumalo became a bad person, especially as I had assigned him, Honorable Chair, to go to crime intelligence and work there at counterintelligence office, where he uncovered shocking things, which today is still uncovering within crime intelligence. The National Commission at the time was a Deputy National Commissioner of Police. He was deployed by myself to go and work at crime intelligence as an acting divisional commissioner there. He himself, he knows the bad things that were happening at crime intelligence. So crime intelligence has always been in the bad light to date. And we know that the members that are working there, if they're not getting their ways, and if you want to tighten up the screws, you want to lock up the ease of access to the resources of intelligence, the only response they know is to go and tarnish your image in the public space. So, Chair, I don't want to be long, but I want to indicate that I've been there before, and we've been there before. That's why even to date, the National Commissioner, myself, Gerald Kumalo, still regarded as the bad ones. It was no surprise, Honorable Chair and members, when I heard from the media asking me about the letter to withdraw the political trust team. I just laughed it off because Section 207 gave me a mandate and responsibility to do policing in this province. Now, if there's an instruction that is going to interfere with operations of the South African Police Service, for me, it will be perceived as a defeating edge of justice. So therefore, I'll need to put very close attention on SAPS. And because I wondered what would have informed. I phoned the National Commission was on leave at the time when the letter was written, allegedly, and he didn't know anything about it. But there was an instruction, and assumingly now we heard today that it was a directive because I had not received it as a provincial commission. When the provincial management had asked me about it, the provincial leadership executive I told them that the political team is pretty much active and they're working, they're doing their work. And any other person who gave me instruction otherwise can do only the National Commissioner and nobody else but the National Commissioner of South Police Service, because he's my boss. If he tells me I must change his policing tactics into something else, I shall do so as a disciplined police officer. But we've been working, Chair, and this task team have gone beyond the borders of KwaZulu-Natal, have gone to the Gauteng province. There's a case that they are assisting investigating in Gauteng. The case that involves very senior police officers, who some of them might be in this platform that you are in right now. And that is part of what is causing the chaos in the South African Police Service. So, Honorable Chair, I'm going to leave it there. And that is basically why I was then making a reference on what is transpiring now to that what happened in 2011, where bad police officers are using politicians to try and get their ways around. So that is my submission, Chair. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, General Mkhize. General Masemola and Minister Nkunu, would you like to respond in any way, or not in terms of General Mkhize, but I mean any further response? General, I'm getting confused with Minister and General now. Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Very little from me at this stage. I've made all the statements that I needed to make, except to say that most of what the Honourable Member, Mr. Adams, made are issues that I spoke on earlier, to say some of these matters are under investigation, and I did confirm that. The second statement, or the second statement that I want to make at this stage, the Honourable Member, Kola Barnett, talks about a list of sins and sinners that I can't remember the number, and she says she would want me to attend to that. I will consult or talk to her in Parliament today to see if I could get the list of the people she's talking about, so that I attend to the matter. And then the next statement is cyber security in the country is a problem in many ways, opening up and making state departments and government as a whole very vulnerable. It's a matter that we should attend to, just as when the load of things that are receiving our attention gets down a little bit, and then we will prioritize this. And I will say that for now we've we're setting our sights on things like murder, firearms, both legal and illegal, and immigration, and every other aspect, especially how we're managing entry and exit points in the country together with other departments. Other than that, Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. But I think I picked up something that Provincial Commissioner Mkhize is saying about some fellow. 2 weeks ago, it does happen in a week or 2 or 3. I think a week and a half ago, I got somebody insisting that there's somebody who's going around saying he works with me wherever I am, he is there. And I said, show me the face. And it got to a point where he showed me the face, and I told him, I don't know this person. And a week before, there was another person, Mkhize, who said is my younger brother. My younger brother died in 2005, and I don't have any other. And so when the person says so, you really, so I think we must be very circumspect when people come to us and say, I'm an associate of this and that. I'm no associate to the person that General Mkhize is referring to. But I appreciate whatever they discussed and then those things coming out so that I understand who is saying what, where, and so on. I do know that possibly all of us, including you, Chair, you would have at one point or the other somebody claiming that they are your associate. It does happen. But other than that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. I appreciate all the feedback. Colleagues, I have identified the 2nd of April as a potential date for us to continue with parts of this discussion. It's been a mouthful today, and it's been, I think there's a lot to chew on, and I think there's a lot to go through after today. There are significant things that I believe from this discussion that we would need to go into again, and that we would need to likely discuss again. But that being said, I think it was the right thing today to delve into this. Unfortunately, we've run out of time regarding the VIP protection matter. We will reschedule that. I think Major General Röder is with us, and I just want to apologize in advance that we will have to revisit that because today we just simply do not have enough time. General Masemola, thank you to you and the team, General Khumalo, the deputy ministers. I'm struggling to see all the names. I see Dear Matale. I haven't seen DM Boshielo, but thank you. There we go. You popped up. Hi there, DM. Thank you to all of you. And then in terms of the members, if there are specific questions pertaining to today, we will revisit some of this, but I haven't received any questions apart from Honorable James. If Honorable James is still on, I will follow up the question that you asked, Honorable James. I saw your message, but I haven't received any other questions to follow up or to check on. The only members that have sent questions to me to follow up on are Honorable Taibos, Honorable Skosana, and Honorable James. So please remember that the offer stands that we can assist in getting written answers for some of the questions, or then following them up on the next round. Colleagues, I want to thank you again for today. We will stop there for today and see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.